Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning. How are you all doing today, or good evening? Sorry, I'm an hour late today. I had to make some phone calls. So, clearly there's a lot going on today, and we are going to cover most of it. But first, like, this is the coolest thing that I have seen in such a long time. I'm okay, Headless Chicken. I just needed an inhaler, because, like, I have COPD, and at night, it's hard to sleep because it feels weird to breathe, and I don't know, I feel like maybe that'll help. It's because, like, when you lay down, your diaphragm doesn't expand. Well, I was trying to get him with my doctor, and he's away until next week, so I'm gonna go and borrow an inhaler from a friend, which is nice. It's good to have community like that, you know? I was really scared for a second because I was like, oh, I really don't want to wait a whole fucking week until they get back, but thankfully, friends. But guys, this is fucking awesome. We brought an extinct species back to life. What's up, Matty Holmes?
We turn now to that remarkable scientific breakthrough. 13,000 years after the last dire wolf walked the earth, scientists say they've now brought them back.
I literally have a wolf tattoo. You can't expect me not to be fucking hyped about the dire wolves.
Here's our chief national correspondent back up and
But it's more than just the dire wolves, actually.
Tonight, a howl 13,000 years in the making. In a first for science, biotech company Colossal Biosciences says it brought the extinct direwolf back to life.
This made George R.R. Martin cry. Now look, first of all, yes, they're not exactly direwolves, but they're close enough that they're direwolves. And what this video doesn't explain, I have watched this one, what's even cooler is the same company has managed to increase the genetic diversity of red wolves in America, which is the only endemic wolf species in North America. Like, that's the only one. All of the other wolf species came from Europe and Asia and other places. The population of red wolves was down to like 15, I think. And so now they managed to create 3 more like bloodlines of red wolves to add in. It's so awesome. But no, like, this is close enough to a direwolf. Can't handle it when Nina starts saying dumb stuff too. Come on, guys, it's cool. We, like, the technology they use to do this too is incredible. Like, we can bring any extinct animal back to life now because it's non-invasive. The way that they did this, they figured out a way to non-invasively edit the genes of embryos to create stuff. Like, this is science
species
stuff,
that hasn't walked the earth since the Stone Age.
The direwolf is the first de-extinct species.
Well known from HBO's hit show Game of Thrones, ABC News given exclusive access into Colossal's lab in Dallas, where scientists are using genes from gray wolves to create dire wolves.
We've taken a gray wolf genome, a gray wolf cell,
which is always beans and rice, Cadiris.
Genetically 99.5% identical to dire wolves, and we've edited those cells.
It is not like making a feathered eagle with a toothpick and calling it a velociraptor. Again, listen to this.
9.5% identical to dire.
99.5% identical to dire wolves already, or gray wolves. So you edit the 0.5% of the genes. And no, of course, it's not a de-extinction, but it's the closest that we've gotten. And these animals will behave and grow and act like dire wolves. They might not be like true dire wolves, but at that point, now we're just talking about genetic purity and like eugenics for wolves.
And we've edited those cells at multiple places
in its DNA
sequence
has actual
to contain
uses.
the dire wolf.
What they did with this could mean that koalas don't need to go extinct, depraved ambiance. This technology could prevent koalas from going extinct.
Version of the DNA, plant identical to dire wolves, and we've edited those cells at multiple places in its DNA sequence to contain the dire wolf version of the DNA. That animal looks like a dire wolf, it will behave like a dire wolf, and it is a dire wolf.
Now 7 months old, dire wolves Romulus and Remus eating well and getting bigger every day. And David, the
think
company
it's
tells us
cool.
they're
Come on,
not stopping
guys.
there. They plan to have woolly mammoths roaming the earth again by 2028.
All right, yeah,
but critics
that I don't
argue that
see.
this de-extinction could harm fragile ecosystems. David?
Yeah, the images are really something, Matt.
They
Thank you.
named them Romulus and Remus, and then there was a third one, but I can't remember what the third one was named. Hold on. I'll look this up while we this is cool. And yes, I do worry about the eugenics applications. Absolutely. The woolly mammoth thing, that's the pseudoscience hype. They might actually do Jurassic Park. You think that that's crazy ass fucking country that you live in wouldn't do Jurassic Park? But like, this is just, it's not the hype of bringing extinct animals back to life. It's that this technology and how it is applied can prevent the extinction of animals.
Company is claiming the first successful de-extinction, bringing the direwolf back to life after more than 10,000 years. But some experts aren't so sure. So we've got Emily Roycroft here, the head of Evolutionary and Conservation Genomics Research Group at Monash University, to get your assessment on this de-extinction that has apparently happened. Take us through what's been said.
So the company Colossal has announced that they've de-extincted.
That'll happen, Headless Chicken, when the ice continues to melt. We're gonna get some like weird ass fucking 50 million year old disease coming out of it and kill us all. But that's like a whole other thing.
Species of direwolf that's been lost for 12,000
give it a
years.
chance, guys.
But when we look at the detail of what they've actually done, so they've taken the genome of the grey wolf, which is a living species. It's a species that's around 5 million years diverged from the direwolf, and they've made a number of genome edits to the grey wolf. And so those are around 20...
Hello, scientists here. We made the Doomsday device from the famous movie. Please don't make the Doomsday device. You may clap now. Yeah, so there is like a good and a bad situation here, but the science, that's what I'm interested about. I don't give a fuck about like the claims of the hype of, oh, like we brought the extinct animals back to life. No, it's how they do it.
Different genetic changes that they've induced in the genome of the grey wolf, and one of those,
yes,
for
this
example,
is genetics,
striking
sorry,
white
eugenics,
coat that we
but like
see in these
applied in a
wolf
way
puppies.
So they've
to
made a
endangered
hybrid,
species
right?
is cool.
Has no one seen Jurassic Park? Like, I just feel like I saw this and I thought, creating hybrid animals just seems like a terrible, terrible idea.
There are definitely some ethical considerations in terms of editing the genome of species, and there's a lot that we don't know about what genetic changes
they're
actually
cute.
do.
Come on,
and so
like it's just like it doesn't really even matter. They're cute, and I thought it would be happy.
the number of genome edits that they've done in this work are actually
If this was on humans,
moderate,
I would be pissed.
modest number of changes. So that there might be millions of differences that underlie the difference between direwolves and grey wolves, and in this case, we're seeing around 20 of those millions.
So it's
Of
not going
course,
to
Lanky
escape and
Sapien,
start
but like, let me
harassing
have the
cities
fucking
and towns
wolves.
wherever they're based.
No, well, genetically, these
I know they
animals
do,
are really
Maddie.
just
I
grey
know.
wolves with a very small number of changes.
Emily, if you're essentially replacing something in an ecosystem that looks the same, smells the same, is roughly the same, is that a good thing?
I guess it depends on what the goal is. And so with these...
Yeah, let's just enjoy the adorable puppies, and we can doom about the like the applications that this technology could have in like 10 minutes. They're gray wolves who have had their genetics edited. So like, yeah, okay, they're gray wolves. I'm still gonna call them a dire wolf. They're big as fuck, and I want 7 of them, and I want to ride them into battle. I'd like to name one of mine Wolfram. That's a good name. I want to name mine Nymeria.
dire wolves or modified grey wolves, there are no plans to introduce them into the wild. They're going to spend their lives in captivity. And so there doesn't seem to be a clear route to these animals filling an ecosystem role. The company claims that what they're doing is called functional de-extinction. So they're not actually bringing back the extinct animal, but they're bringing back what we perceive as the key traits that make them, unique. Yeah.
Emily, can you take us through some of the research that we know that's happening in Australia in terms of the Tasmanian tiger? Because that is...
Can I spell it? Nymeria? Sure.
Somewhat advanced, isn't it? Is that a similar process to what researchers are trying to do there in Tasmania?
Yeah, so it's the same company that's proposing to do this approach in the Tasmanian tiger. So with the Tasmanian tiger or the thylacine, there is not really a close living relative. So in the case of the direwolf, we've got the grey wolf around 5 million years evolutionarily diverged, but the thylacine is on a branch of the tree of life that's at least 40 million years unique, and so there are a lot more genetic differences that
if you called Erats direwolves or pseudo direwolves, I wouldn't have. Okay, fine, they're pseudo direwolves. I can do that. I just like it's the concept of de-extinction has always been a topic that, like, even when I was a kid, we talked about this. I remember being in like elementary school, learning about like woolly mammoths and hearing, oh, one day we'll bring them back. I don't have an issue if you call them direwolves. I have an issue if you don't call them direwolves, rather. I personally say that they are close enough to a direwolf that I want the dodo back. Yeah, lanky sapien, I want the dodo back. But again, you can apply this to living species that are endangered and reduce the risk of them going extinct. The way that they did this is non-invasive. Before, like, this specific application, like even back when they made the woolly mice, you had to harm the animal. You had to rip parts of their body off to get some of this. Now it's just like a shot. You just grab the DNA out and the animal's perfectly fine. And then you can use that to basically clone them. It's not necessarily de-extinction. It's a form of cloning, really. It's just weird cloning. I've heard GMO'd brew yeast making THC, wondering if it could make estradiol too, and then get an auto brewery. I mean, you could do that. That isn't impossible. I'm a science curmudgeon, apparently, though, liking definitions to be specific and hypotheses to be falsifiable. Oh, of course, like, if we're doing this in, like, a scientific environment, yeah, but I'm just having fun here. I was actually in my ADNA class when they dropped the whole Neanderthals and humans inbred. It was like a nuclear bomb that went off in academia. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, we're not just Homo sapien. We have all of the genes of all of these other human species in us. Have you guys ever watched the show Sense8? That kind of bases it on that same premise. I mean, even before de-extinction, there was things like white rhino, which was on the last few individuals alive decades ago. They weren't saved or brought back, and the direwolf won't be any different. Well, if they're still alive, it can be prevented. Again, red wolves, the only endemic wolf species to North America, has it's either 15 or 50. I'm mixing up those numbers. I'm not going to look it up. Left in the wild. But 3 more bloodlines were just put into that group to make that group not go extinct. It's just cloning. We're calling this de-extinction, but it's basically cloning. Svans Pablo won the Nobel Prize in Medicine about 5 years ago in this field. He literally created the entire infrastructure on how to do it properly. Yeah.
Would need to be induced in a relative of the thylacine to get anywhere near this kind of work for our species here.
You're essentially, I mean, they're essentially creating a living...
Okay, so it's just a new branch on the phylogeny tree. I didn't say that word right. Absolutely did not.
Museum exhibit though, right? They're not actually ever going to be able to reintroduce a Tasmanian tigress.
I'm just having fun with, like, pseudo direwolves.
At least not with the DNA we currently have, right?
Yeah, so the genome of the Tasmanian tiger is probably not good enough to really ever bring it back fully. The most we could expect to see is a modified dunner they're planning on using as the model for this work that might exhibit some of the...
Hey, look, if we can make a species that is almost exactly the same as an extinct species and replace the extinct species with this new one, I'm okay with that. Direwolf 2.0. Yeah. It's the upgraded version. I'm okay with that. I just like applying this to outside of environmental conservation is horrifying, but we'll just keep that there for a second. And speaking on animals, I just want to say this video to me proved that we're all fucking stupid because of screens. We're all dumb because of screens, and this TikTok proves it to me. And it's again, the animal brain. Gonna clone your mom and put her on a grave danger, call that dire MILF. Jesus. Have you seen MTG? Didn't she buy the dip? That's quite interesting. All right. This is why we're all dumb. This happening to this cat is exactly what's happening to every child in the world, and has happened to all of us.
Me and my roommate not accidentally, we showed our cat
It's devolved, Ilrita.
cat stimulation videos, like live streams of birds and squirrels and stuff. Yeah. And now she's obsessed with screens. Screens of all kind. She just wants us to put the birds back on.
In the comments, there's people saying, like, tons of people, like, oh yeah, I put this on the TV, and now she waits on the TV stand until, you know, the birds come back on. Typical 3-year-old? Yeah, this is an iPad cat.
We think that we've turned her into an iPad baby, but cat version, and we don't know what to do. It was
Half
like
the population has always been below average intelligence. Yes, but now it's way more than that. Dopamine is a hell of a drug. Thank you, Wilthos.
Oh. Can't stop staring at screens. I was like having a Zoom meeting earlier and she was staring at the person
Now,
like it was
imagine this, but applied to every human child in America at the very least. This is like, this has convinced me, and I already agreed with this, but smartphones should be banned. We should just get rid of them. I want to go, like, maybe if you're like over 25, you can have a smartphone, but honestly, I'd be okay with just going back to dumb phones. I mean, yeah, we're all fucked, Zachap. We have all rotted in our brain, but if we don't need to do banned until 25, actually, Ilrita. Honestly, I'd be okay with just no more smartphones, period. But if we need them all that badly, 25. Babies are kind of not cats. Yes, this is true, MX Maddie, but children also have this issue. Talk to any teacher in America. All of the kids in school are in dopamine withdrawal and can't pay attention. 60% of America is intelligent as a walnut, genuine. Like, you're not wrong, but there is a reason for that. Like, it's getting worse and we're manufacturing it, but life didn't used to be this way. We talked about this last stream when, you know, I blame everything on 2008. Life wasn't like this until screens. People still believed in the future, in reality, in science before this, where now you just believe whatever this says because all you're doing is seeking dopamine like a fucking drug addict. There's already a couple states in that have banned smartphones or either banning, severely restricting during school hours. Well, I mean, like, social media is illegal if you're under 16 in Australia, which is great. I think that phones should be banned from schools. I'm gonna go the Vosh route here, and that you should not have a phone in school. Like, if you are from kindergarten to high school graduation, you should not be able to bring a phone into school. It should stay at home, or it should get confiscated, like right at the door, put in a locker or something. You should not be able to have access to a phone in school, period. It's insane that we do this. And you know what I did? I was watching the Vosh video from yesterday, and he made an excellent fucking point in that we let these kids have smartphones and bring them into like locker rooms. You can go to a bathhouse. You can go to a public, you know, spa, even. Like a high quality spa. Even, you're not allowed to bring your phones into change rooms. Why the fuck do we let kids bring camera phones? Yeah, like, exactly. The one thing I've heard that supposedly balances the power teachers have against students is that kids have camera phones to document abuse. I will side with teachers 99% of the time. Because the kids are stupid as fuck and entitled and annoying and don't know anything. And it's the parents that are the problem. The kids are never the problem. It's the parents that are the problem. And 1% of the time, I'll say the teachers are the problem. There's no reason that you should have a phone in school. I usually never care about the way that people say my internet name. For some reason, you're the first. Because I'm dyslexic and I can't read. Sorry, Ilrita. How do you want me to say it again? But genuinely, just you should not be able to have these. As a child, period. But even in school, at the very least. Yeah, the new social media ban is just new, though. And not fully implemented properly. The school bans are like New South Wales only. And like in lunch in time in other states. it's a federal ban, so it does need to be implemented fully and properly, and it's also not good enough as well. E-Lirda, thank you, E-Lirda. I'll remember that next time. Because that ban also doesn't include sites like Kick and Rumble and Telegram. So, like, that's also an issue. There are issues that need to be added to that, but I do like the idea of kids are not allowed on social media, and you can't bring a phone to school, period. Comrade Lennon, just go with it, okay? We have people in this community that get upset by it, and I'm willing to sacrifice the use of the word for the comfort of everyone else in the community. Just do it. Use it everywhere else, just not here. Where's Leftist Leo these days? I have no idea. Sad. Leftist Leo is fucking based. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe they'll come back. Life's hard, you know? Like, there's a lot of shit going on everywhere right now, so who knows what anyone's going through these days. Okay, look, we're going to start out with some good news, because I have a lot of bad news, and I want to give you some of the good, especially for the Aussies here. So yesterday, we had our debate between our main candidates for the election, and funny enough, almost nobody watched it because it was on Sky News, and you have to pay Murdoch to be able to access that. But I have the clips. And liberals got annihilated.
Well, the only gas policy that the coalition have is the gaslighting of the Australian public. He disagrees with all of the experts which are out there, whether it's the Australian Energy Market Operator, everyone who looks at it. If the nuclear plan stacked up, the private sector would invest in it. But everyone who looks at it says it's the most expensive form of new energy.
Authorised by Anthony Albanese, LP Canberra.
Well, the only gas...
That's an excellent ad and a debate win. Thank you, Comrade Lennon. We'll just, like, go with it. If it happens, it happens. You know, sometimes I have it slip out as well. We can be forgiving on the left. The only gas policy that the opposition has is the gaslighting of the Australian public is an incredible line. It's incredible that the only person less charismatic than Albo is Dutton. Holy fucking Christ. Yeah, genuinely. But, like, no, see, like, Albanese is not charismatic, but he sounds like a regular Australian man.
Gas policy that the coalition have is the gaslighting of the Australian public.
That's such a good line. This debate, I would have watched it. Like, I'm so mad that it was on Sky.
One of the things that we did, Kieran, of course, was turn a $78 billion deficit we inherited. We turned that into a $22 billion surplus. And then we turned a deficit of more than $50 billion into a $15 billion surplus. We've saved $207 billion. The bottom line is better off.
Authorised by Anthony Albanese.
Again, like, what are you supposed to say to that? The Liberals left us with a deficit, we turned it into a surplus, and your wages went up. What do you have? In this society, like, in a just society, this should have been on the ABC, but I never even heard about it until like 2 hours ago. Yeah, it should have been on the public fucking Australian news channel, like the government-owned news channel, ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Company. It's like if in the UK there was a debate and it happened on Sky and it didn't air on the BBC. Today, my country of Trinidad and Tobago get in trouble by the US. Imran Hossein, we're so fucked. On a side note, I'm gonna go on a ramble right now because this is fucking insane to me. So you guys know that I like Cyberpunk 2077, and like last night, I was watching a lore video, completely unrelated, about how the USSR survives in this like game universe. It doesn't really. It collapses and then it reforms into this like other thing. But right around 2025 in the Cyberpunk lore, America collapses as a society in a country because of trade and military disagreements with Europe over Russia, as well as starting shit in South America. So, like, in this universe, in 2025, America's starting shit in South America and is having a trade war with Europe over Russia. And this causes the collapse of the United States and the formation of a stronger EU type thing in the Eurodollar. And it's just very funny to me. Imagine if the presidential debate was only streamed on Hassan's Twitch. This kind of what happened. Kind of, yeah. Look, we're hearing about South America right now in the situation that we're in makes me think of that timeline. It's life imitating art. It often does.
One of the things that we did, Kieran, of course...
Oh, sorry, we already watched that one. That's great. Now, fucking Peter Dutton is less charismatic than Elon Musk. Listen to this man talk and tell me that this isn't worse than an Elon answer. I'd side-eye any country that wasn't in trouble with the US right now. True, Maddie Holmes. True. You all do realize that 99% of the voting population doesn't watch streamer politics, right? Yep. Well, actually, 57% of America gets their news from streamer politics, just not like real streamers politics, just grifter politics, you know? Australia's fascist potato. True. True.
Mr. Dutton, just on some of your other candidates, your Bennelong candidate didn't accurately disclose some of his fundraising and has been tied to a CCP-linked high roller.
So straight off the bat, one of the candidates that you proposed is linked to the CCP.
Your Kooyong candidate has pitched herself as a renter struggling to enter the housing market but owns 2 properties.
That pissed a lot of people off. This woman said that she is a renter while she owns 2 houses because of like the definition of a landlord being $2 million worth of property or some, like she tried to spin this as she was a renter while she's a fucking landlord. So based, I can't wait to balkanize America and to form the Midwest Rust Belt Socialist Republic. Good luck with that.
Your Bradfield candidate was named in a significant workplace settlement by the Commonwealth. Do any of these reports concern you? And can voters be assured that you're taking integrity issues seriously?
Well, look, I think if you have a look at the candidates that we've selected across many seats, unbelievable contributors to their local community. They've worked hard. Now, the Labor Party has people who have been union secretaries and other positions in the unions and in the CFMEU and others.
So his answer is, but Australia has, like, but Labour has people that are from unions. So, like, why does my CCP candidate and my lying landlord be a problem? Headless chicken, all right, 20%. Maybe I got the 50% from, like, an age bracket. It was a while ago. Who knows? Sorry to tell you, but I'll start in South first. Florida will be known for sun, sand, and socialism. I'm sorry to tell you, but Florida will be underwater in, like, 10 years. No, you. That's literally the answer. But like he was so bad that like his own party's dropping him. Like it's almost a 100% chance that Labour's going to win this election now.
The dumped candidate for Whitlam, Ben Britton, had said some pretty controversial things. Now he says that what's happening in New South Wales is that the right division is trying to essentially get themselves ready to roll Peter Dutton. I'm sure you're across this story today because it's quite wild that the things that he says is happening in the back room. You're in New South Wales. Is there an attempt, a factional attempt, to kind of do the numbers to try and move on Peter Dutton post-election?
To say that means that they've already given up on winning the election. Thank you for the brain candy. Yep, I have seen that. We'll talk about Elon in a bit. It's insane the LNP are on their knees to Hong Kong billionaires. It's fucked. Yeah, there's the whole, like, what was it? Which port was the one they were mad about? Port of Darwin or some shit that they sold to the Chinese. I'm tied to the CCP and I enjoy it. Vote Labour today. I mean, at least for this election, fuck it. Why not? If that'll win, fuck China.
Nothing.
I don't like China. We need to move closer to China, but I'm willing to say fuck China for the next month so that this dipshit doesn't become prime minister and kill us all.
So the cap on foreign students is as a percentage of the total number of students at the university. Can't universities circumnavigate this by just increasing the number of domestic students? And also, we're in Donnybrook. That's like an hour and a half away from the university.
I'm not pro-China, Comrade Ledden. I'm not. I don't like China. I just think that China is winning and is stable. And from the Australian perspective, I think it's smarter to get closer economic ties with them as they are our largest trading partner outside of America. And we'll get into that, actually. All of, like, why I give a shit about China right now is going to be the whole topic of the rest of the Australia segment. I know I'm a dick. I've always concerned myself with being factually correct first and foremost. I've always figured anything less than less is for those who love hyperbole, and I'm certainly one that doesn't. I'm allergic to it. It gets in trouble. Always have since I was a kid. I like facts. I like that you put in the facts. In fact, when I'm wrong, I'm happy when you all correct me. If I get a number wrong, I do want you to link me the correct number. But When you say hyperbole, I think we disagree on that. Dutton and the Liberals don't seem to have a plan B after their regular bullshit lies just don't hand up. No, like, it's not even that. Like, Labor has been dropping banger after banger. Look at this. This is new.
More free mental health services covered by Medicare. That's what Labor will deliver right across Australia. Because good mental health care can change your life, and everyone should be able to access it. We'll get another 31 Medicare mental health centres up and running, on top of the 61 we're already delivering. That means no big bills, no jumping through hoops, just real help when you need it. All you need is your Medicare card.
Authorised by Anthony Albanese.
So far, we've had 20% off student debt, $150 off every household's electricity bill, tax cuts for every person in America, not in America, in Australia, which is leaning towards like the working class, not the rich. There is free TAFE, making general physicians bulk bill again. Like, it's just been banger after banger. $4,000 subsidy to getting batteries installed in your house for solar electricity. $1 billion to mental health. These are tangible promises, not concepts of a plan. Yeah, exactly. And to be clear, the Labor government has followed through on every single promise they made last time. Everything that they didn't get through was because the Greens voted against their plans with, like, the Liberals, with the justification that it didn't go far enough. Like, this is not perfect, so I'm not going to vote for it. That's the only time that their plans, like, it was the what was it? Housing policy. That was one of the promises that didn't get delivered, and that's the Greens' fault. So, has Albo sensed the weakness in Dutton's campaign? Feels like he's a man that isn't afraid to just go for it now. Absolutely. We just did an interview yesterday where he was just sitting at a pub drinking with a guy and just like chatting. $1 billion to mental health is fucking awesome. And yes, we're gonna get into China too. We have a lot to fucking cover. But here, we're gonna help young people get better. Mark, the clinic lead at Ashfield Headspace, told me that's why he's so passionate about his work. So there'll be more places for young people to get the help they need without worrying about the cost. We'll open up new Headspace locations with new specialist centers for young people across Australia, and we'll open new Medicare mental health centers for all ages where you can walk in and get help. No appointment needed, no cost. Labor strengthening Medicare with this $1 billion investment. We'll make sure Medicare cares for your mental health. Meanwhile, the Liberals just want to cut Medicare. So, like, this is based. It's just been banger after banger. I really can't see Peter Dutton winning now. Also, they gave him shit because Peter Dutton wanted to scrap working from home and your right to disconnect, which are two laws that we have. Like, in Australia, when you're outside of work hours, your employer is legally not allowed to contact you and make you do any work. Peter Dutton wanted to get rid of that.
As far as campaign climb downs go, this was a big one.
What do you think?
Peter Dutton's tanked his work from home crackdown.
We made a mistake in relation to the work from home policy.
And softened plans to cut the public service.
We got it wrong and we've apologised for it.
Big cheesy grin. Over in Victoria, Labor was ready.
Oh, that was a good one.
The Prime Minister in Labor-held McEwen paying a visit to a family taking advantage of flexible work.
I basically work from home Monday through Thursday.
And then you work from home on Friday.
Yeah. You're in the US, you just don't pick up the phone, get a work phone, and leave that shit in your car after work. Yeah, but see, like, employers in America could tell you that could just fire you for that. Most people who have an office job are constantly working off the clock. Dutton is literally campaigning for CEOs and corpos controlling workers more, including in their private life. Yeah, that's why he's gonna lose.
It works for everyone.
Whereas the opposite
First announced a month ago.
It will be an expectation of a Dutton Liberal government that all members of the Australian Public Service work from the office.
By the way, this is what Trump did. This is the get everyone back to the office bullshit. They sit home and they play golf instead of working. Meanwhile, he does exactly the same thing. Like, if the Labor Party wins enough seats as well that they can just pass these legislations, Anthony Albanese will be remembered like the FDR of Australia.
5 days a week.
The coalition's
to
policy
America when
drew
we
a
get there.
fierce backlash from female voters. Peter Dutton sought to allay concerns.
There are plenty of opportunities around job sharing, and there are some jobs that are appropriate to be home-based.
But when coupled with plans to save billions by cutting 41,000 public sector jobs...
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's the other thing. Peter Dutton wants you to lose your job, whereas Albo doesn't. And just so you remember, last time the Liberal government was in charge, just the last time, when it was Scott Morrison... Where's my graphic? Ah, fuck it. I posted it on Blue Sky. Asmongola has so many viewers. Yuck. Wet Camera Inc. I know. Sorry, I'm looking at YouTube chat. I have to keep them separate now because then I can't fucking read the text when it's the regular text and not the dyslexia text. $21 billion in contracts last time to private companies that resulted in Australians getting fired. And 36,000 public servants would get fired, replaced with corpos. Again, like, it is this. This is what Peter Dutton stands for.
He struggled to shake off comparisons to Donald Trump and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
Culminating in today's...
DJ Shake Chili. Yeah, the right to disconnect law is weird for me specifically since I'm in an unusual situation. Sometimes I might need to call my supervisor or supervisors might need to call me. The thing is, like, yeah, the law doesn't apply to you if you don't want it to apply to you. The law is that you have the right to disconnect, not that you have to.
Is sensational back down. No work from home ban.
We strongly support flexible workplace arrangements.
I love seeing these dipshits flip on their policies.
And no forced redundancies in the public service. Jobs to go through a hiring freeze and natural attrition.
That's where...
Yeah, I mean, I know the feeling. Constantly working. But when you have to scrap one of your plans and literally go back on and do the opposite, steal Labor's plan, actually, to move closer to your opponent's plan a month out of the election, you're fucked. You're fucked. Imagine, like, 1 month from the election, one of your key policies, you're just dropping it and picking up your oppositions. So, after the debate, both sides said they won.
The Prime Minister and opposition leader will be straight back on the campaign trail this morning after they went head-to-head in their first leaders' debate. Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton clashed over inflation, energy policy, healthcare, migration and funding for essential services, with the Western Sydney audience of undecided voters backing Anthony Albanese as the winner.
The Western Sydney audience of undecided voters are also... Australia's possibly cooked. Like, I see this as... Labour has a very good chance, but to be clear, Australia might just be entirely cooked because the public is just as stupid as the American public.
There was a noticeable omission with barely a reference to Donald Trump, the man who, of course, upended this campaign's first week with his tariffs.
Which is weird, considering Australia currently hates America more than Canada does.
We'll have the latest from Wall Street in just a moment. But first, let's head to our reporters on the campaign trail. Steph Dalzell is following the Prime Minister and Jake Evans is covering the opposition leader. And they are both starting the morning in...
If Dutton won, he'd just go back on it. Absolutely. They just lie. America should annex Australia. America already has. I'd rather we expel every American, like, military asset from this country.
Sydney, where this debate was. Steph, to you first. Will the Albanese camp be buoyed at all by this result?
Well, James, the Labor camp certainly will be heading into today with a spring in its step after what was declared a victory for them last night by the audience in attendance. The debate canvassed well-worn ground for the political leaders. We heard Anthony Albanese use the lines he's been consistently using throughout this election campaign.
What do you mean? Hold on. Western Sydney plus undecided, go fuck yourself. Of course, I know you didn't mean me. The idea that Western Sydney is undecided or a swing region is insane to me. It is, but like at the same time, these people are dumb. This is the population of, I don't know, New Hampshire. Is the stream cutting out for you guys, or is it just me? Am I having bitrate issues? If the stream's cutting out, let me know. 9 is basically liberal, yeah, but still. The liberals are not good. Like, CNN didn't help not brainwash the people who also watch Fox News and didn't do any good for that at all.
Campaign, things like inflation being down, wages being up, interest rates starting to fall.
Thank you, Headless.
There were also some questions that allowed Labor to tread on comfortable ground, things like education and healthcare, and Labor believes that that's not a coincidence. That's a sign that both their message is cutting through, and also they say it means that they have been able to both anticipate and respond to voter concerns. There was that one exchange, though, a notable exchange where a voter revealed that when she went to the doctor, she had to use both her Medicare card and a credit card, and a senior Liberal source said afterwards, we couldn't have scripted that any better, because Anthony Albanese has consistently been saying you should only have to use your Medicare card when you go to the doctor. Finance Minister...
That right there should be enough. Consistency could be a good thing. Scared voters might like consistency because it makes them feel like a candidate is confident, and they mistake confidence for correctness. Exactly. But if you look at the two candidates we have on here, the confident one is Albanese. Dutton looks like a stuttering fool. And so it's more about whether the online misinformation will carry through into Labor losing. The polls have flipped a bit through to Labor. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the amazing policies that are coming out, and Dutton looking uncomfortable, standing there like he's waiting to get back in his UFO. I've said for a while, he looks like Elon Musk created him in a lab, like in a basement somewhere. So, like, it's a big fucking deal.
Katie Gallagher, a close supporter of Anthony Albanese, was in attendance last night. Let's take a listen to what she had to say afterwards.
I think you can see the contrast between what Labor is offering about plans for a better future.
I'm so mad I can't watch this debate.
The Liberal Party, through Peter Dutton, very negative, no explanation about his nuclear costings, refusing to rule out all the cuts that he will have to do to pay.
And again, the fucking line, that's going to be everywhere. That should be everywhere. If the Labor Party has not put up videos of that on every goddamn social media, I will lose my mind. The only gas policy that the opposition have is the gaslighting of the Australian public. West Sydney has always been not easy LNP seats, since they have been mostly tradesmen, Arab Muslims, which are the antithetical to their ideals. Well, that's the thing, you know, like, there is no consistency in where the public sits right now. Historic trends for which direction populations tend to vote, ethnic groups and all that, none of that shit matters anymore. It's all out the window. Now it's about what your message sounds like compared to the other. Nobody believes in information. They just want to hear whatever they like. It's the dopamine chasing.
And refusing to take responsibility for the decisions he took when he was last in government.
I think that's enough of that one. The vote from Sky News was that Albanese won by 44%. Like, these were right-wing voters. Because folks no longer care about facts. Yeah, everyone's a gonk now. People want sincerity and genuineness. They don't want politician-y politicians. They want authenticity. And that's why they liked Trump, by the way. Is because even though he is he comes off as authentic, and it's because he's stupid, and he has like 70 words in his vocabulary, he comes off as genuine, sincere, and authentic. But he absolutely still lies. It doesn't matter whether you lie. It's about whether you speak well enough that your lie sounds nice. Damn, Gina won't be happy with that. No, she will not. He is authentically stupid. This is true. The TikTokification of politics. Speaking of which, I mean, like, again, I fucking hate smartphones. This is how Australia's feeling right now against America, though.
Trump, you kicked us in the guts today, but you did it while holding an impressive chart. And all right, mate, two can play at that game. If you're rejecting us, here are some ways we Aussies can reject you and your supersized culture. No more Halloween. It's dumb. Eating too much chocolate and egging your neighbour's house should be for every day of the year.
I do love Halloween, and I was mad at that, but you know what? Yeah. Eating a bunch of chocolate and egging your neighbour's house should be for every day of the year.
And no more Gatorade bongs. From here on in, we use Spring Valley bottles, like our fathers before us. For tobacco, of course. We're rejecting smash burgers. It's Australia. When we're smashed, we have kebabs. However, unlimited soft drink refills is actually a pretty grouse idea. I do want to get that going here.
Ooh, hey, Cosmopolitics. New emotes.
Netflix and chill though. In Australia, it's 10 play en route. And just on that,
this is from The Project, right? It's so funny since they are so muted in how they speak about political skits on their show. Yeah, like this coming from here is wild. These are right-leaning liberals, and on top of this, it's Trump. Like, Donald Trump has made everyone in the world hate him so much that the left is now more popular because all of the right uses the same rhetoric as Trump and has. They all have the same playbook. They all have the same like words in their vocabulary. They have the same tactics. So people recognize that because they see it over and over and over again. And it's polarizing people away from the right. So weird seeing the USA as the butt of all the jokes all over the world now. I mean, yeah, that's what America voted for. Those are awesome emotes, Cosmopolitics. I genuinely, like the Grim Reaper with the scythe shaking their booty. Love it. I love it. And to be fair, Australia has always made fun of America. Historically, well before Trump, Australia had the lowest approval rating of the United States in general out of most countries.
When it comes to sports, not root. The only rooting that happens in sports is when Essendon rooted my multi last week. I go for the Bombers, but how dare you beat Port Adelaide on a Thursday? And finally,
I don't know
if you
sports.
really piss us off, we'll go nuclear and withhold new episodes of Bluey. You'll be forced to talk to your kids, and I don't think you want that, America, so come at us, you grog.
True! We'll withhold fucking Bluey. We're gonna tariff Bluey to America. Make you talk to your kids. Grim Reaper, hello. Günaydın. Nasılsın? I was talking about the emote that Cosmopolitics has. We're gonna take away your Bluey, guys. That's what Donald Trump has done for you. New South Wales will be a key battleground state in this federal election. Again, with this bullshit.
New South Wales will be front and centre this election.
Get like a bit
because
more
this
understanding.
state has the
I am new to Australia politics, so I need to learn a bit.
most battleground seats. It's also where households have been hit the hardest by the cost of living crisis. And to cap it off, the electoral landscape here has changed after boundaries were redrawn and the seat of North Sydney was abolished. The number of seats in the lower house has dropped by 1 to 150. 46 are in New South Wales, including 15 on margins of 6% or less. Around 2/3 of those belong to Labor, including Bennelong in Sydney's northwest, which has recently turned notionally Liberal due to that boundary revision.
They're only targeting New South Wales since it still has the ALP state government from the 2020 ALP landslide. Well, New South Wales is important. I mean, most of the country lives in either New South Wales, Victoria, or Queensland. Queensland, I feel like will vote left because they just elected a Liberal as in like a state level politics thing that fucked them entirely. So they might still be mad about that. Whereas like Victoria is absolutely going to be split down the middle. It always is. Victorians can't agree on fucking anything. I çok yorgunum, Grim Reaper, but all right, doing all right. We should learn how district boundaries are drawn and who does it. That is a good idea. We should do that. What's up, Maddie? There is one way for Trump to win a Nobel Peace Prize, and he's shockingly on that path if he manages to piss off the entire world to the point where everyone puts aside grievances, racism, anger, and ambition, greed, so everyone can go fuck that guy, and then he just single-handedly managed to create global world peace. I wish we're not on that timeline, but it is a possibility. Well, if you want to target it down, 50% live in Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane without taking into account the rest of the states. Adelaide's going to vote Labor. Western Australia voted Labor. They had a fucking massive blowout, so they're voting Labor. The Northern Territory will vote Liberal because they're all mad about Aboriginals. What time is it for you? It's 1:15 in the morning here. It's like 10 a.m.
It's also now the most marginal in the state, on a wafer-thin 0.04%. On the south coast, the Labor-held seat of Gilmore is also in play, on a minuscule margin of just 0.2%.
Jesus,
and while the coalition is under pressure in the regional seats of Cowper and Calare...
Okay, these will go Labor, because Peter Dutton keeps fucking the farmers. The entire Australian economy will collapse if the farmers get fucked too much. And the liberals want to privatize more of the farmers. They've already basically done it entirely over the years. It just whoever's left is single-handedly holding this shit up. Notice how Queensland youth crime issues suddenly disappeared when the Liberals won the state? Yeah.
One of its toughest contests is expected
But
on
they're not gonna
Sydney's
vote
North
Liberal
Shore,
again,
where
'cause they
Liberal
got
frontbencher Paul Fletcher is retiring, leaving Blue Ribbon Bradfield under threat from an independent. This race is seen as a test of the Teals. Have they
Fuck
maintained...
the Teals, by the way. The Teals are people from the Green Party who are wealthier than normal people. They're like the bourgeois Green Party. That's the Teals. So fuck them and fuck the Greens as well. Vote Labour 1, Green 2. Those two states are so small in comparison. Northern Territory is irrelevant because it's a territory. If LNP can't take care of themselves in the Northern Rivers, New South Wales is lost. That's the thing. New South Wales is kind of key to the election. The Teals are Liberals. The Teals are not... They're liberals in the same way that establishment Democrats are liberals. Australia is incredibly right-wing. I thought the liberals were left. No, the liberals here are the right wing. The Labour Party is the left here.
Maintained the momentum of 2022 when they swept up
the Liberals are just American Republicans. No, they're not Democrats. The Liberals are American Republicans. They're just like baby Republicans. Whereas the Labour Party is just a bit better than the Democrats. I personally welcome liberals in this community because I hope that they can gather and learn from it. I don't use liberal as a pejorative mostly. If I do, then it's very specifically applied.
Usually safe.
You got to understand that there's global geopolitics affecting people's pockets. We are a month out of the election, and Australia is pissed about the beef shit with America too. We're going to go into it. But China is a big fucking deal. They just did live military tests right in our waters, circumnavigated Australia. We are a massive target because of our, big American military base in the middle of the country. So we're at a stage where we have to choose.
Australia will be asked to choose between its biggest trading partner, China, and its biggest military ally, the United States.
Yes. Very bluntly, yes.
500 crossed into a bear market overnight. Titans of Wall Street began criticising Donald Trump's tariffs. Is it significant enough to weigh on the president and prompt him to
Wait, I don't give a fuck about America right now. Give me Australia.
From the Trump team is a doubling or a tripling down, and it would be
we're gonna talk about the American economy once I finish Australia, because that's gonna be a lot.
Would step back.
Stick
just
with the
because
good news while you have
hedge fund
it.
managers criticize them.
Does it mean that he no longer needs captains of finance and industry on his side?
Well, no one knows what he needs longer term, but you have to understand fundamentally what he's trying to do is to change the entire US and therefore global economic and financial system away from financialization and a focus on finance in the US towards production. Well, guess what? Wall Street doesn't make any loans for production and hasn't done for decades. It makes all this money from finance. So,
yeah,
of course,
stocks aren't real. They're not based in reality. I've said this for a while.
They're going to be opposed to it. And of course, he is, likely to be at odds with them over that. But if he backs away, that's the centerpiece of his entire agenda. Gone.
The White House.
I just joined the stream just to comment on the sheer number of tabs. This is not even a third of what I have right now. Look, I want to get to the bit where they talk about China. Hold on. Here we go. Because, by the way, if Americans, you're fucked. We just put 104% tariffs on China starting at midnight.
Countries are now clamouring to make deals. But then there's China, which is facing an effective tariff rate of 124% and saying it'll fight economic bullying to the death. Does China's reaction play into Donald Trump's grand strategy?
Well,
why are we talking about Donald Trump?
Of course, they can add more on top if they accuse him of buying Venezuelan oil.
Stocks aren't real. My 401k disagrees. When I say stocks aren't real, I mean they're not based on real life things. They're based on hype. Your 401k is fucked because of hype for Donald Trump. People voted for the guy who said he would fuck your 401k. That's why your 401k is fucked.
Or Russian oil.
You know what? Actually, hold on. Just because I have the perfect clip for this. genuinely the actual perfect clip for it. Here we go.
It wasn't diversity, equity, or inclusion that ruined your 401k, and it wasn't trans people that ruined your 401k. It was voting for the person that every economist said would ruin your 401k that ruined your 401k.
It's so true. And yeah, speculative unrealized gains. We have a lot of shit to talk about economically in America. Like, I'm really angry and I'm scared.
And naturally, China is going to push back. But again, the US cannot blink in doing this. Otherwise, that's the centerpiece of the entire strategy gone. It's basically push me, pull you. It's moving in two directions.
Have the threatened tariffs against China now reached the level where they've simply lost meaning?
This is well beyond the cheap treats, Comrade Lenin. Well beyond the cheap treats. Like, this is food. Guys, you have no idea. Do you guys just want me to skip over Australia? Because, like, right now we're talking about trade war with China, and this will affect Australia. Affect America. But if you guys just want to jump right in.
What's the difference between an effective tariff of 74% and one of 124%? Don't exports just stop?
Well, it's a very good question. I mean, above a certain point, yes, effectively you are saying we will not be selling that good to you. And there are all manner of second and third and fourth order effects that flow from that, because it means things won't be going from A to B pretty much at any price. And obviously we saw during COVID what that can mean for supply chains. But naturally there are problems in China too if it's got nobody to sell to. And lots of other countries around the world, like European countries, for example.
You've bored me. Moving on. You want to see how mad Australians actually fucking are right now? Remember, we are important to America. America needs Australia. You guys are fucked without us, properly.
For the government to stand up to Donald Trump on tariffs. They obviously have been pretty clear since his tariff announcement.
I mean, we've already moved into it now.
Their views on the tariffs and not wanting to do any deal. Are you happy with the response you've seen?
We don't need to go back with them in tariffs because we have four big things here. One of them says
she's fucking psycho, and he's making her look reasonable. I know she's insane. This woman is like a ghoul, but.
Minerals. The other one is the top of the Northern Territory there, where we have the rotation of the US Marines, which the next tote rotation you say don't bother, you take your rotation home and there won't be one replacing it. We have Pine Gap, which we can use, and we could use that tomorrow. I'm sure that'd be a great bargaining chip. I'd love to be sitting at the table for that one. And then, of course, in the Indian Ocean there, the US submarines rely very heavily on the communication section that we have there on that satellite that we have sitting there that belongs to us. And without that, they're stuffed. So, you know what? There are things that you can go and do which do not involve tariff.
Yeah, this is a bogan, which is like our pejorative for redneck, but it means what colloquially today redneck means, not what redneck used to mean.
That you can go at the US and really hold them accountable for a few things and just say,
y'all,
nah, come back to the table, otherwise we're going to switch this stuff off. But they don't have the guts to do that, okay? They're still sitting on a fence here. This is how I see them. There is no retaliation. It doesn't matter who it's from. I've got Peter Dutton out there gobbing off about saying he'd see me. Well, that's great. You've had the last 8 weeks to get in and see.
She's not semi-decent. She's insane. On this topic, she is absolutely correct.
As an opposition leader,
we can watch Tucker Carlson say something correct and give him the accolade of this is correct, whether you're a demon or not, right? So we can do it for her. Rednecks did used to be base. Redneck meant union workers. Strikers.
Nothing coming from there. So you've got nothing new on the table, Peter Dutton, let's be honest here. And then you've got him, Albanese goes, I'm really not sure how to handle this situation. They're just sitting on the fence. What do we do here? I don't know, you might want to bring in some military boys and actually maybe take some, ask them for their opinion on how we retaliate here.
Yeah.
That you can have very quick fixes
Broken clock,
with.
exactly. It's insanity.
Wants to play with Australia, I suggest you start getting your cowboy hats on and start playing. Because quite seriously, we are worth a hell of a lot more than what they are to us. They need us. So you stand on him and tell him we're not playing this tariff game, mate.
She's right. She's fucking right. And let me just, this video really does break it down. How fucked Australia has been. And all of this, by the way, is because of American influence and British influence.
If you've been wondering why you can't afford groceries or to live, let me show you.
And then after this, we'll move on to America.
And I'll let you know right now, it's got nothing to do with fucking tariffs. Let's start in the 1950s and 60s, where Menzies opened the door for foreign buyers. Whitlam gave away our mining rights. Hawke and Keating sold off Aussie companies and let the banks run wild.
Yes, Wet Camera Inc. We're gonna talk about that in a second.
Buy up our farmland. John Howard.
It's so much worse than you think.
Turned housing into an investment and sold our critical assets overseas. Rudd, Gillard, Turnbull and Abbott all let global firms buy Australian homes.
All of these things need to be reversed.
Morrison handed all of our COVID money to big business.
No,
And
Latin America,
also-
they do. They know what Pine Gap is. Like, literally, Pine Gap is how we target the bombs that are dropping on Gaza. Like, half of them. Actually, I can agree that I did build a giant-ass beer can pyramid when I was a youth. That's true. Visora, none of my business, but the first word in your vids and live events should start with the word Trump. You'll get more chance at random views. Not a bad idea. Thank you, Conspiracy Nuts. I don't like to clickbait, but, you know.
Also let the big supermarkets completely fucking price gouge us.
I mean, I already get more views than Ethan Klein.
But yeah, the problem is definitely in the tariffs, hey?
All of these things need to be undone. And the only people that'll do it is the Labour government right now. Not that they're even talking about this, but they are the ones that are currently pandering to the working class. If we elect them, and elect them with big enough margins, we can use that pressure and move them further to the left. It's the same conversation in America. Of why would you pick the harder opposition? But anyway, let's get to the markets. So this was yesterday's markets, or sorry, the other day for me, yesterday for you. Every country in the world basically had massive drops in their markets. They triggered the circuit breakers in when you're not allowed to trade anymore. Like China's having a rough time, all of that. Fine. There is a global depression coming, not a global recession. We are in a recession. We are headed towards a global depression. But out of this global depression, China will end up the global hegemon, and Europe, if they do this right, could become like China was 10 years ago to us. That's what Europe's position could be if they get this right. If you want to really have an understanding of what the political situation looks like in the White House, this is probably a good % to those ungrateful penguins. Sorry, I'm going to have to keep my, let me just move my camera. If I can fucking find it. Here it is. Everyone but Vance, Besant, Rubio, Navarro, and that idiot Lutnick leave the room. Hey. Fucking Dems were wallowing in a dumpster fire just weeks ago. We had Schumer on the ropes, the mayor of New York City by the balls. We had MAGA, had the farmers, the tech bros, the cultural right, the incels, the last few neocons. Perfect. I have said before that most of the people we considered like hippies, the crystal mommies, they all became like Nazis through the pipeline of conspiracy magical thinking to right-wing like online TikTok videos bullshit.
Es ist aus.
Probably have to get the S&P down to what?
Zu viel.
Down to 4,400. What's the S&P right now? Right now, the S&P is at 4,900. So, you know, not all that far off. Not all that far off. Already down 2% in the Donald Trump literally has been quoted saying that he wants Hitler's generals. So like, this really does pretty aptly describe the situation that we're on. All right, here, let's take a look at the 104% tariffs on China. 104%. Like, this is unimaginable. This is like history book shit, by the way.
Well, let's return now to that breaking news from the United States, where Donald Trump has slapped 104% tariffs on China, escalating his trade war with the world's second largest
no idea
economy.
why
This story keeps on getting bigger, doesn't it? Let's go live to Nine's US correspondent Lauren Tomas here, who joins us outside the White House. Hey, Lauren. Look, fears are now being stoked of a global recession.
Global depression, actually.
Colin, Sarah, there was already so much uncertainty after Donald Trump imposed these sweeping tariffs. Today, his dramatic escalation on China is only intensifying that. 104% being imposed on Beijing. That will come into effect from midnight here in Washington. So only a matter of hours away when the US will start collecting on that tariff, and it will apply to all Chinese imports into the US. Such a big move by Donald Trump. Yesterday, he was threatening Beijing, saying if they didn't remove their own retaliatory tariffs against the US, then this was going to happen. Today, he has acted on it. China is not happy, saying it will fight this to the end, saying America is bullying and blackmailing. But Donald Trump really doesn't seem too worried. In fact, he has been mocking Beijing on social media today. In one post, he said China also wants to make a deal badly. They don't know how to get it started. We are waiting for their call. It will happen. So look, while these most extreme tariffs are being placed on China, we know that it's not just China.
See, the
these
thing
sweeping
is,
reciprocal tariffs.
This will hurt China, but China can hold on a hell of a lot longer than America can. It's almost like China can sell to Europe and the rest of the world and not just us. Yeah.
Coming into effect from midnight. And the Trump administration says countries right around the world are lining up to make a deal. Here's
They're
that
not.
White House press
The
secretary.
last one I heard of was, what, Zimbabwe?
Bring us your best offers, and he will listen. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break. And America will not break under his leadership.
Yeah, there is so much uncertainty stoked by this. Trump's top trade official has also been grilled in the Senate, Lauren, and Australia was mentioned.
Oh, I have that clip.
Yeah, this has been really interesting. So this has been before Senate this morning. A lot of questions about how Donald Trump's tariff plan will work. We know that Australia is being imposed.
I think that's the clip of fuck, I can't remember his name.
With that 10% levy, it is the baseline that Donald Trump rolled out. But of course, Australia and the US have had a free trade agreement since 2005. It was signed between Howard.
We have a free trade agreement, and they're complaining about us, like, not allowing American imports into Australia. It's a straight up lie.
And Bush in place for so long, and America is our oldest ally. That has really come up in these questions.
We might not get
that trade representative
American invasions.
has been asked.
This is kind of what I was hoping for. Comrade Lenin, this is what I've been begging for. If the American economy suffers enough, we might not be able to go invade a bunch of places.
You know, why are we imposing these tariffs on Australia?
I am an accelerationist
there has been
now.
a lot of beef in specific with our beef, but I want to show you a bit of the exchange that unfolded
I
there.
disagree,
before Congress
DJ
today.
Shake. The UK is not our oldest ally in Australia. The UK was our oldest colonizer, but America was our first ally.
Senator, Australia has the lowest rate available under the new program. They ban, imports of American beef.
Ambassador, excuse me. There is a trade. We already have a free trade agreement. We have a trade surplus. So getting the...
No. Headless chicken, you misunderstand me. Yes, Hitler started his shit when Germany was deep into depression as well. Yes. But the reason he was able to do that is because he was able to build up a war economy based on home manufacturing, which we don't have the capability for, and we can't build that if we don't have the money for it. If the economy crashes, like this is, imagine... Go back to Hitler, right? Imagine Hitler crashed the economy to the point where it was unusable in 38. In 38. Yes, I know. Not enough to invade Canada, headless chicken. We don't produce enough to invade Canada and maintain that long term without anything else coming from any other country. If the entire world is like, fuck America, no. Hitler started shit at least 10 years before the Depression. Like, not that, DJ Shake, because Germany was also suffering heavily economically because of after World War One. And yes, they were basically in a position of like economic stagnation. And the ability to have the war effort was built on creating these, they nationalized industry. Like, the only way what you're saying could happen, Headless Chicken, is if the government nationalized all of the American industries and took away all of the corpo's money. Like, if Trump was actually a ideological fascist, I could see this, but he's not. He's an opportunistic fascist. He won't be able to afford this if the economy continues to crash like this. Now, the plan was always to buy up the bankrupt or nearing bankrupt companies and to consolidate them and monopolize. This and the idea of building a war economy will not work without the nationalization of those industries.
Least bad. Why did they get whacked in the first place?
We'll watch that in a minute because we have that. This is gonna hurt. Like, it's really gonna hurt. Here's the full comments from China. So this is the full translation. The Ministry of Commerce spokesperson comments on U.S. threats to escalate tariffs to China. China has noted that on April 7th Eastern Time, the U.S. threatens to impose 50% further tariffs on China, which China firmly opposes. If the U.S. implements these escalated tariff measures, China will resolutely take countermeasures to protect its own interest. These so-called reciprocal tariffs imposed by the U.S. on China are completely groundless and are typically unilateral, bullying practices. The countermeasures by China have already been taken legitimate actions to safeguard its sovereignty, security, and development interest, and to maintain normal international trade order. The U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China is adding error upon error, once again exposing the extortionate. Geez, I can't read today. Extortionate nature of the U.S., which China absolutely does not accept. If the U.S. insists on going this way, China will fight to the end. What has China done? Well, first, no U.S. films. China won't import films. Films is one of, like, our main industries. We don't make physical shit to sell. We make online shit to sell. If they're banning our content, that's a big hit to U.S. industry, first of all. Not specifically like an industry that matters to Trump all that much, but an industry that matters to the American population. This will piss off the citizenry. Again, to be able to do the Hitler shit, you need the support of the public. And if you don't have the support of the public and you can't build the manufacturing base, then you're kind of fucked. So, SC just ruled Trump can deport anyone he wants. Yep, I have that too. I know. We're like one thing at a time. Everything depends on China. If they're weak, Trump will win. No, but the thing is, like, China doesn't have to do anything right now. China is in a great position. With their meeting with Europe in Vietnam for trade talks, they're meeting with Japan and South Korea to work together. Australia is their big, like, they're our biggest trading partner. So now, this I have not seen any confirmation of. If any of you can find this from an actual confirmed source, I would appreciate it. So take note that this is currently just rumor. This could be misinformation. It's hard to tell these days what's like suppressed media and what's misinformation. This would be fucking insane if it happened. It would be horrible for America. It would be amazing for the rest of the world. Thank you, Headless Chicken. I know you're looking for it. I looked everywhere. So it could be suppressed information. It could be misinformation.
Nuclear on American intellectual property, and they are not messing around. So intellectual property rights on American design products is really key to allowing America to sell premium products globally. So think iPhone, think Dyson vacuum cleaners, think Microsoft Word. So until recently, China has actually put in restrictions on copying of American goods, mostly to meet international trade regulations. But a couple of days ago at the China State Council meeting, they basically said, we don't care anymore. If you put in tariffs on us, we are just going to open the doors for IP infringement. We're going to copy everything that American businesses create.
This would be insane.
And we're just going to sell it at like 5 cents onto the dollar. Essentially saying that we're going to undercut all of your products. They're going to become worthless. And
wait. I don't think that's what was said. A broken demo disc. Earlier does not support the U.S. invasion of Canada. I'm pretty sure about that one.
is going to benefit. And because China has the manufacturing capacity to do this, they can build American products, American design products at scale. They don't have to circumvent the quality anymore like they used to have to, right? With a patent, you have to go around and make slight alterations so the product isn't as good. But they're now saying, we're just going to copy it one-to-one.
What's
and
up,
our
Sock, now?
products are going to be just as good as yours. You design them, we don't care. And we're just going to make the money off it because you're hurting us.
Yeah, look, again, I don't have
China's
confirmation for this. I can't find it anywhere. It could be fake. If this is real, this would fuck America to like no end and would be amazing for the rest of the world because it would mean cheap Chinese products that are exactly the same quality as the products you have now. In fact, possibly even better because they could do it for cheaper. Now, again, we put the 104% tariffs on China, and this is going to hurt. Here's some of the elected officials talking about this really quickly, because even Republicans are not happy at all.
Sales tax is increasing prices for families. It's also causing huge losses in Americans' retirement savings. Ambassador Greer, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs led to 10% inflation?
Senator, the president is fixed in his purpose. This trade deficit and the offshoring and loss of manufacturing jobs is something that's persisted for too long, and it's dangerous.
I understand your justification for the policy, even though there are some very contradictory justifications coming out of the administration. But my question is, what's the inflation rate where you guys would reverse course?
They're not going to reverse course. That's the point. The point is to crash the economy. They have chose profit and capital over fascism. I mean, you're mentally playing Civ right now, though, Ilirda, and that's what I mean. And you are right, by the way. If we managed to, it wouldn't be over for Canada, because Canada would just guerrilla warfare the shit out of us, but, like, yeah.
10% inflation that I just asked you about, that is higher inflation.
You guys are going to, like, starve in, like, a day or two. You want to know what's going up in price? All of your food, your clothing. Hey, look, rice is going up in price. Cashews, soccer balls, shrimp, clothing, video game consoles, cars, coffee, strawberries, avocados. This isn't even like a full list. This is just like a list, right? We're going to talk about food prices in a minute. Just like, let's stay on topic here. How bad this is going to hurt. This is going into effect officially in 3 hours. Or 4 hours. Oh Lord, the revolution is upon us. Hey, look, like I said before, if unemployment hits 30%, we enter the cool zone.
Than we saw at the peak of the COVID economic crisis.
Yeah, okay, can we move on from Canada? We're not talking about Canada right now. And a broken demo disc. America will try and invade you if we get the chance. So, like, don't get triggered and try and avoid the thought of it. You need to think about it and what you would do in that situation. Don't avoid the thought. You should be triggered. You know what? I'm going to go off topic for a second. I fucking hate the idea of triggered. Suck it up and deal with your emotions. The idea of I'm triggered is coddling you, and it's making it more difficult for you to continue to exist as a person. Be uncomfortable and sit in that uncomfortable feeling, and then move on. You don't need to avoid the discomfort. Avoiding the discomfort isn't how you're, like, that's not how life works. If you avoid discomfort, then you avoid learning. You need to feel that pain. And fuck being Poland, you're Nazi Germany. Yeah, you're right. You are correct, but
you aren't going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you created inflation as high as we had at the peak of the COVID economic crisis.
I think the most serious inflation we saw was during the Biden administration. When we did tariffs in the first term, inflation went down. I just don't. It's not going to be a one-to-one. Inflation about how much money you're putting into the supply.
Well, this is the answer of no. I guess you could say being triggered builds character. It does.
Just be really clear that the Trump administration is here today to say that even if inflation hits Americans' pocketbooks at 10% because of these tariffs, then the Trump administration is still going to go charging ahead. So, Ambassador, with the administration...
More tariffs on pharmaceuticals? Can you link that? Is this new? Fuck you and your Civ LARPing ass, Visora says. Come on. You need to chill out. Mate, No fucking fighting. Guys, no fighting. Stop being angry at each other. We're all on the same side here. A broken demo disc. We are all on the same side here. Ilrita is not pro taking Canada. We're talking about realistic possibilities because we are in a World War III situation. Trump wants to be a North Korean style dictator. Complete isolation is the point, so he can like dick around. But yes, he is also expansionist. But we need to take it seriously. Get comfortable with the discomfort because it is a risk. Nobody here wants that to happen. Can we talk about how, like, we're all going to die? Jim Cramer is saying, don't panic. That's usually not a good fucking sign. And these are the types of people. This is how people think. Of course you base your opinions on statistics. Like, these are the people that we are up against right now. Define all on what timescale? No. Listen to me and you'll learn. We just have to take it slow. You guys are trying to go ahead. Stick to the, like, pay attention. You're in class right now. Pay attention to the teacher.
You wrote an op-ed for the New York Times. You know what it says, but my audience doesn't, so let me go through it a little bit. Quote, your life will never be the same after these tariffs. You wrote also, these tariffs are going to hurt a lot. By my calculations, this round of tariffs may be 50 times as painful as the ones Donald Trump instituted in his first term. Simple question, why?
Okay, headless chicken. That's okay. You read that you're ahead of the class. You can sit there and chime in when you can help the class. Like, you're doing fine, actually. The investor class is desperately coping, looking for some kind of hope to reinvest and see green. True. I mean, some of them are fine, but yeah, most of these people are fucking panicking. What's his name, though, is pretty fucking happy. Billionaire that sold all of his stock because he saw it coming.
Yeah, so this is not just bluster. This is actually what basic economics tells us.
What's his name?
Look, there's two things that tariffs do.
Buffett, thank you.
The higher tariffs are, the less we trade with others. That, of course, means that, you know, the car you wanted to buy, you make do with something else. And then the higher tariffs get, the more you end up making do with worse and worse substitutes. The net result of that is
Stock now, I know, we'll get to it, but, like, you should have expected this. We are Nazi America. I said all of this would happen. I'm getting kind of tired of winning, guys.
Idea, which is small tariffs aren't much of a problem, but big tariffs can cause enormous pain. And if you simply work through the math of this, it turns out that this set of
we all
tariffs
are.
will be
We
50
all are.
times more painful than the last set. And that's because this time it's much, much higher tariffs, and it applies to every country and every good. Every part of your life is about to change.
Every part of your life is about to change. If you're scared, get organized. And yeah, we're not, don't say deport. There is no deportation. There is no deportations happening. Deportation means you have gone to a court, seen a judge, you've been convicted of a crime, you've been found guilty. There's no judge, lawyer, court, none of that shit. You're being kidnapped and sent to a gulag. Join the fucking SRA. That's what you should be doing, the SRA.
And Justin, when the president says, and his economic advisors speaking on his behalf also say, we simply want countries that trade with us to buy as much of our goods as we buy of theirs. Is that practical?
No. Look, it's about as practical as me saying that I wish that Trader Joe's would buy as much of my stuff as I buy of theirs. I go to the grocery store, I spend a lot of money there. I do so willingly because I can use what I get for that money, food, to feed and nourish my family. But Trader Joe's and I don't have balanced trade the same way China and the United States don't have balanced trade. I turn up to Trader Joe's, I offer to sell them economics lectures, but it turns out they don't want to buy what it is I'm selling. Now, it doesn't create any economic problems because the University of Michigan is willing to buy what I'm selling. So overall, Justin Wolfers Inc. is doing just fine. And the same logic goes for the United States. Overall...
By the way, my suspicion is the only reason the Supreme Court protected that shit is because they all know that they have completely lost track of the person they sold to the camp. He's either... No, he's not lost or dead. There's photos of him being, like, beat the shit out of right now, but, you know... So it's even worse here, like the U.S. is being terroristic on the island too. Yes, we are Nazi America. Sock now, I said this on Inauguration Day. That was the funeral of the United States of America. This is Nazi America now. We're just kidnapping people and sending them to gulags. And at the same time, you're all going to starve. The UN warns Trump to stop threatening Australia with the thought of eating American beef. This was funny to me. Listen to this. Like, this is the idea. This is what they are trying to tell you.
Into the World Trade Organization.
But are we going to make iPhones in the United States?
That's what we're going to do. Yeah,
we're
going to be able to do it through more automation, and there's going to be plenty of jobs for robots, plenty of jobs for humans.
I love how, you know, we're talking about bringing jobs back, and the first thing he says is, oh, there'll be plenty of jobs for robots and plenty of jobs for humans. There is a very bleak look in the United States right now. Get the fuck out of this country. You're gonna have martial law in like 12 days. That's fucking insane. Yeah, it is. It is insane.
That's what we're going to do. Yeah,
we're
going to be able to do it through more automation, and there's going to be plenty of jobs for robots, plenty of jobs.
The robots
for humans.
come first, man.
Or this is going to be a golden age, and the thing, like you ended the World Trade Organization.
But are we going to make iPhones?
Can understand that when Donald Trump took office, the day before he took office, 44,000 was the Dow. It was fucking 38,000 today. The market has lost 13.7% of its value since Trump took office. That's on purpose. They are doing it. He's literally the hydrochloroquine doctor on the econ field. Yeah, he is. Even Elon is like mad at him now. The 4 years might not be enough. Fucking clankers, these beep boop motherfuckers need to be disassembled. I agree. Talk to people, it matters. In-person conversations shift people more than digital ones. I agree 100%. Here's Larry Fink.
Are we headed for a recession? Are we in a recession?
Most CEOs I talk to would say we are probably in a recession right now.
Right now?
Right now.
We are. We're headed towards a depression. Guys, I know you all want to talk about like the Supreme Court and the like illegal extraordinary renditions and the kidnappings. We will get there. We will get there. There's a lot going on. We've been in a recession. These rich fucks don't feel it. Exactly. You would have cut my entire family out because I couldn't talk to them in person. That's fine. Your family's like the hard part. Strangers are easy, headless chicken. Strangers are much easier to talk to. Although like you, I'm not gonna, you don't have to do anything, man. You've done your fight. You're good. You don't have to bother. Headless chicken gets an exemption. Schwarzpork, headless chicken gets an exemption. Promise you. I'm not gonna explain why. Don't ask. But like, yeah.
Are we?
You know what? Before we listen to Stephen Miller Cope, I need you all to pay attention because this is all going to affect you, and you all might want to do some emergency shopping immediately because these tariffs start today.
Different price story here. Your grocery store bill. It could be a little bit higher because of Trump's tariffs, where a long list of products could suddenly become much pricier. So food industry analyst and editor for the site supermarketguru.com, Phil Lempert, joining us now. Obviously, this is the million-dollar question. We really want specifics. How could this...
Sorry, a broken demo disc. I need you to take a deep breath. Stop fighting the people on the same side as you. I'm begging you. Just take a deep breath. Come back. We are all on the same side.
All change our grocery store baskets with all of these tariffs. Which items are on that list?
Sure, Jules. Well, keep in mind, it is going to change what we buy. There's no question about it. Prices are going to go up. So, for example, when we look at produce, and we import about $27 billion worth of fruit every year, $20 billion worth of vegetables every year, 2.7 billion bananas.
Are you talking about guns? DJ Shake Chili, there's more guns now in Australia than there was before the gun ban, and you can print guns at home now. I don't give a fuck about the gun debate. Get a gun. You can print them at home, and the Nazis have a lot of them. Get one.
Year. So, when we look at these tariffs, and especially on bananas, because there are tariffs on Guatemala, Ecuador, Costa Rica, that's going to be more expensive.
Fruits, vegetables, apple juice, garlic, spices, tea, shrimp, animal and vegetable oil, dairy, meat, cheese, olive oil, chocolate, coffee, and nuts.
In some cases, even shortages. If we look at apple juice, for example, 60% of all the apple juice that we consume here in the U.S. comes from China. We import about $18 billion worth of beverages every year. Now, when we look at wines from Italy, 2.5 billion, from France, 2.5 billion. Our number one beer here in the U.S. Actually is a Mexican beer, Modelo Especial. We import $5.6 billion of that. So while the
beans and rice, guys.
Numbers that we're hearing from the administration says, oh, grocery prices might go up, 1.5% to 2%. On average, that's true. But when we look at these specific categories of imports, it's going to be a lot higher. We've got this tariff on Vietnam, where we import just so much of our shrimp from, 46%. That means the price of shrimp is going to go up probably at least 50%.
So I'm hearing produce.
I don't care if you don't like beans or rice, get good at eating them. I don't care if you like them or not. You're gonna starve without them. Your potatoes will go bad unless you can farm on your own. Then yeah, beans and rice.
Food, coffee, everything that we're showing on the screen right there. Now, President Trump has told American farmers to ramp up its production in response to the tariffs. So what do you say to that? Can we grow everything?
No, absolutely not.
Well, Greg 17, not really. The tariffs are more unpopular than they are popular, but we'll get to the brainwashing after we understand how bad this is going to hurt.
We're doing this.
Sticky white rice does hit wet camera
industry. The food industry is global, and in fact, we used to grow a lot of our foods here. Keep in mind that about 99% of all the foods in the supermarket started in the ground. Even Twinkies have ingredients that started in the ground. So we've got to realize that because of climate change, we can't grow everything, whether it's in California, whether it's in Florida.
Orange juice is gone, by the way, Schwarzborg. All of American orange juice production is dead, so sorry.
I mean, we grow soybeans, wheat, and corn really well, but the other products that we want, not so much.
No, in Florida, it is. Like, it's dead in Florida. Like, you guys get, like, maybe one more harvest.
I didn't know that about Twinkies. Anyway, moving on. What is the advice to consumers? Do we stock up? Do we just wait and see? What's your advice?
I think we do stock up, but it depends on what the products are. So, for example, you don't want to stock up on produce because it has a short shelf life. But
this makes me so sad, but I'm so happy because this might actually be enough.
And beer, for example, you could stock up on tequila.
Oh, no, this isn't the biggest recession sock now. This is the greatest depression that we're heading into. The greatest depression.
From Mexico, you can stock up on some of the wines. In fact, I was looking at some reports this morning that said wines could go up easily from the EU about 30%.
He did. He said stock up on tequila and stock up on wine. Could you imagine? Wine goes up 30% in price. All of the MAGA moms are going to lose their fucking shit.
Keep in mind, it's not just the tariff, but what happens is the tariff gets passed on from the exporter to the distributor to the retailer. So everybody adds a little bit more to it. So when we hear this 10%, that could easily translate to 15 or 20%. Also, you're going to laugh.
There's going to be a panic buy. You should go as soon as possible. Hell, if there's stores open around you, stop watching me and go buy some shit now. Also, funny enough, toilet paper and paper towels. Stock up on them this time, for real, actually.
With toilet paper and paper towels, just the way we had during the pandemic, they could be at risk because we get a lot of our wood pulp from Canada.
All right, Phil Lempert, good advice. Food industry analyst and editor for the site supermarketguru.com. Thank you so much.
This one, yeah, I did pre-watch. You have to understand how bad this is going to hurt. Here. Check out this link. Clothing made from Cambodia, 49% tariff. priced a toddler's clothing set that priced $24 could now cost $35. Jeans made in Egypt that cost $40 will now cost $44. A soccer ball will go up from like 18 to 24. Why are they using the stupidest fucking examples? There's so many better ones. Coffee is going to go up by like $1.50. SUVs going up fucking unimaginable amount. I can't even put that one together. But like, you're fucked, guys. Yeah, I'm glad I'm childless. Do you know how bad it is that Apple flew 5 planes of iPhones into the US to avoid the port tariff? They're flying iPhones in to avoid the port tariff. Wait, do I want to watch this one or this one first? Oh, you know what? Also, we're bringing coal back.
Happening right now, President Trump signing an executive...
You're going to work in the coal mines, or you're going to be a robot manufacturer and maintenance. That's the only jobs left in America.
...order that the White
or like
House
a hairdresser,
will
maybe.
Invigorate the coal industry. So let's take a listen live.
Secretary, and he said, "Sir, do you have one person who's much better than me at this? Chris Wright." I said, "Who the hell is Chris Wright? I have no idea who he is." And then I learned.
Remember, your jobs are going to be taken by robots. People are getting fired. Companies are leaving. They're saying we're going to bring manufacturing back. Okay, they will, and they're going to put robots in those jobs. The only jobs you get is either maintain the robots or work in the mines.
He's the most respected person in the energy business by far, far and away. For Doug to say that Doug's got a big ego, it was very tough for him to say that. Catherine was there, right? Catherine, you said, "Wow, I've never heard that before." But Chris,
God, the
you
weave
guys
is
are
always so
fantastic.
annoying.
Stand up, all 3 of you, please stand up.
Thank you for the follow, Hydrogen.
Right. That's a great team.
There are people who work in the industry that just need to stand there or they're going to get fired.
Before, you know, we need to do the AI, all of this new technology that's coming online. We need more than double the energy, the electricity that we currently have. You take all of the electricity in the country right now for houses, for buildings, for everything. We need to more than double it to be number one. We're now way ahead of everybody at AI. China's in second place, but way behind.
And
they're going to be producing a lot of energy and a lot of electricity for this. And so are we, and we're going to get approvals very fast. And I would say the man
Foreign intelligence agencies are trying to hire laid off federal workers. This is true. They've been doing that for a little while now.
It's almost comparable to you in terms of the importance to this. Maybe he's even more comparable. I hate to tell you.
I fucking hate robots.
Lee Zeldin, who's a friend of mine for a long time.
All right, can we skip to where are you talking about coal?
You know, I've been involved in the approval process for a long time, having been in real estate. So thank you very much.
We have a lot of him to watch, so I'm just going to skip around until I find him with the coal thing, because we're going to have to listen to a lot of Trump talk today.
Badly, but he had a
he's a moron. Of course he is. And it's not even that he's just a moron, that they're purposefully lying.
Kevin. John Hoven. John.
Fucking
more
hell.
Capito. Shelley, thank you. Right thing, Jim? Good job. With everything. I hear good.
Is about to sign.
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, coal's back. I can't be bothered. Jesus Christ. Here, listen to Hitler.
You're right about that. Dependency on China.
It's going to be very interesting to see.
They're just lying to you.
What Jameson Greer said in the
every word
to our segment, which I'm not sure if you had a chance to hear, but he said the Chinese approach, which has been that we're going to retaliate, and then he said the president has recognized this. You know, that China is the.
Oh, by the way, did anyone find any confirmation on that? The Chinese are going to be like, no, fuck American intellectual property.
And he wants to focus on other partners. And this is what I find really interesting. And I'm curious what you can share about this strategy, because if you reorganize the trade relationships with so many of our larger partners, Canada, Mexico, Japan, all of these different entities who in varying degrees have agreed to some sort of discussion at least, does that isolate China? Because
sometimes it feels like Visora is just yelling at the TV and we're all her small children cornered looking on in horror. I feel like that too sometimes, Ilirda. Yeah. Because I don't yell at you guys like this often. If God exists, he's evil, because why the fuck does he keep bringing the devils back? Sidetrack me.
We know that China has found other routes
Also,
to go through Vietnam, Cambodia,
all of these are
and will
lies.
these trade agreements mean
That's
that
not
China
true.
becomes
Like, no one really
Who
gives a
who
shit.
got hit the hardest? China, Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand. That's the China sphere of influence. The true trade deficit with China is $1 trillion a year because China is shipping all of its goods through other countries like Vietnam, like Cambodia, like Thailand. But also, it's sending its supply components through the EU as well, that they're then making into our markets, through Canada, through Mexico.
They're not stupid. They're just evil.
Force here for the entire system of global trade. And everyone's put up with it, Martha. Everyone.
Again, like, none of this is true, but this is what they listen to. I'm not gonna subject you to 5 minutes of Stephen Miller talking. That's what the right hears.
There is a trade. We already have a free trade agreement. We have a trade surplus. So getting the least bad, why did they get whacked in the first place?
We're addressing the $1.2 trillion deficit, the largest in human history that President Biden left us with. We should be running up the score in Australia.
Oh, did you guys see that the military budget is $1 trillion now?
Answer the question on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. We have a free trade agreement. Why? They are an incredibly important national security partner. Why were they whacked with a tariff?
Senator, despite the agreement, they ban our beef, they ban our pork, they're getting ready to impose measures on our digital...
We don't do that, by the way. The reason that American meat doesn't come into Australia is because it's trash. And some of it does, by the way. We do buy American meat. We just use it as, like, lot feed because no one wants to eat it. Americans buy more Australian meat than American meat because Australian meat is better. Everyone bans our beef. If Australia isn't banning our beef, that's a skill issue. Literally, Australia bans some meat, like beef, for example, because of mad cow disease. And because it just doesn't fit the health and safety standards.
With your Greek letter formula, the fact that we have a trade surplus.
Oh yeah, their ChatGPT little Greek formula that did surplus divided by deficit with other, like, none of that shit even made sense. But why would you ever tariff a country you have a surplus with? Because you want to crash the economy.
We have a global tariff on everything. We're
I'm
trying
allergic
to
to
address
fish,
the
goddamn
$1.2
Rondo.
trillion deficit
I think that answer,
Biden left us with.
I think that answer, sir, you're a much smarter person than that answer. The idea that we are going to whack...
This is him just calling him the arsler.
Friend and foe alike, and particularly friends with this level, is both, I think, insulting the Australians, undermines our national security, and frankly makes us not a good partner.
You know what? On that
forward.
topic,
the
Headless
lack
Chicken.
of trust from friends and allies based upon this ridiculous policy that goes into full effect at midnight tonight is extraordinary.
Speaking of, hold on. Did you guys see Donald Trump call his supporters weak and stupid? The United States has a chance to do something that should have been done decades ago. Don't be weak. Don't be stupid. Don't be a panikin. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, patient, and greatness will be the result. This is how they're trying to get the right to cope with the pain. A panikin. Don't be a panikin. You want to see what, like, some the Republicans are pissed. Here's Rand Paul. Again, weirdly, I'm agreeing with him now.
I am a Republican. I am a supporter of Donald Trump, but this is a bipartisan problem. I don't care if the president is a Republican or a Democrat. I don't want to live under emergency rule. I don't want to live where my representatives cannot speak for me and have a check and balance on power. One person can make a mistake. And guess what? Tariffs are a terrible mistake.
Well, Captain Buggy, yeah, you're right. He's been actually saying this exact shit for ages. It just happens to be that the policy shifted to the point where now he's right.
They don't work. They will lead to higher prices. They are a tax, and they have historically been bad for our economy. But even if this were something that was magic and was going to be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, I wouldn't want to
No. Yeah, they're not stupid. They're evil. Some of them are, though. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are genuinely stupid. They are also genuinely evil, but they are stupid. Everyone around them is not.
live under emergency rule. I would want to live in a constitutional republic where there are checks and balances against the excesses of both sides, right or left. I am a Republican.
Like, I can prove to you that Donald Trump is stupid, Headless Chicken. He's evil. The stupidity is not what fuels this. It's the evil. But he is also stupid.
Not really the truth. We have to start from talking about the truth. One of the things they say with Canada is, oh, there's a 270% tariff on dairy products going from the U.S. into Canada. Well, you know what the real tariff is? 0. That's a big difference between what the truth is. So there's a certain amount.
Do you know how insane it is to have a Republican on television calling out the regime for lying? You can destroy a libertarian very easily. Just ask them about the border, and then they turn to a conservative. True, but do you know what it means to have a Republican on television saying the regime is lying to you?
Goods, dairy goods that go to Canada every year, and they go at 0%. If we exceed a certain amount, there's this ridiculous 270% tariff.
Probably.
But we've never encountered it, and the USMC renegotiated it and raised the level that's under 0. Trump should be congratulated for USMC raising the amount of dairy that goes in.
He should not be, but it is the opposite of what he's doing now, so that's why he likes it.
We have to have an honest debate. We can't go around saying that there's a 270% tariff.
The point is that they're lying. He likes the thing that's bad, which is why he's, giving him credit there. But look at this. Another Republican, Tom fucking Tillis.
I'm not a trade expert, and I'm not going to question it at this point. I do have a question about, at the end of the day, the other thing in management consulting we like to focus on is this concept of one throat to choke. In other words, when you're finally taking a look at a strategy, someone has to own it. And you can't say that it's the president or the vice president. So my first question to you, in this scenario, the decision maker who decided the a la prima approach, who has obviously had to have spent time anticipating what we saw in the markets and some of the pushback, I'm assuming this all got gamed out. Because it's a
he's not. Yeah, Rand Paul is not all in on that. He's gonna get disappeared.
Need to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
you at the tip of the spear.
Well, I'm at the tip of the spear.
I volunteer to be choked, is what he just said.
So, first of all, I would push back, Senator, just a little bit on this. For now, we've excluded pharmaceuticals and semiconductors.
Okay. No. DJ Shake Chili. They don't want laissez-faire. They want some ANCAP shit. They're specific. Elon Musk is on television saying that he likes Milton Friedman and that there should be no tariffs. Elon Musk wants laissez-faire. What Trump is doing is the opposite of laissez-faire. You can always choke me, Senator. Yeah, literally what he said.
Okay, to take a different kind of approach. And we've excluded USMCA.
Section 232.
The Republicans that are breaking ranks are doing so because they realize that they're going to get fucked by this.
301. We know particularly Section 232 is still on aluminum. Section 301 is Chinese imports where there's no other provider. I overheard you say that maybe, or I thought I heard you say in response to another question, that for the near term there won't be any exclusions. Is that true of China, where they have said
no exclusions?
The U.S. is unilaterally bullying and completely groundless.
Except for Israel, who's working on getting an exclusion.
And they're going to fight to the end. Are the 232 and 301 tariffs exclusions on the shelves until we get to a reasonable agreement with China?
Economically, we're committing suicide. But when we look at our foreign policy, then it looks like some biblical end time shit. At least a dozen House Republicans are considering signing on to a bill that would restrict Trump's ability to impose tariffs unilaterally. Now, unfortunately, this isn't going to do anything because Mike Johnson will block it.
Mr. Speaker.
Not sure yet.
But Mr. Speaker, there's a push by some of your members to give Congress a say. Don Bacon has a bill to give Congress a say in reviewing the tariffs. Why not give Congress the opportunity to have it be a check?
That's only phase 1 of the plan, though, Headless Chicken. Phase 2 is the death cult shit.
Congress will weigh in on it, but with the president, with the administration in tandem, and I think you got to give the president the latitude, the runway to do what it is he was elected to do, and that is get this economy going again and get our
As in, I'm not going to let the bipartisan effort to restrict tariffs to Congress, because it's Democrats and at least, 12 Republicans? Yeah, no, not happening.
So I think most of the American people understand the necessity of that. Listen, we had
bipartisan bill.
A $1.2 trillion trade deficit in 2024.
I'm so tired of hearing that. Oh, by the way, Canada just put counter tariffs on us as well. There'll be 25% on all non-CU SMA compliant vehicles from the US, 25% tariffs on the contents of CU SMA compliant vehicles that are not from Canada or Mexico. So that's gonna hurt as well. And you wanna know what the president thinks about all this shit? Let's say tech leaders, right? You know, like we need a big tech sector. We're doing AI, all that.
Sir, have you talked to any tech leaders over the weekend about the tariffs?
Yeah.
You know, robots are supposed to take the jobs. Remember, we need tech.
Sir, have you talked to any tech leaders over the weekend about the tariffs?
Yeah, I talked to the biggest in the world. I talked to the biggest of them all. Many of them, but I've talked to.
Not even been 3 months.
4 or 5 that are considered the biggest. They don't.
This is him saying no, I have not.
You know what they said? We don't blame you.
Who did you talk to?
Of course. Sure.
I don't want to say. I'll put it out. I may give it to you.
NVIDIA CEO?
I have to find out if they mind. You know, I don't know if that was a confidential call or not, but we had 5 or 6. I've spoken.
Pyongyang-esque fucking media. This is the truth. And this is how angry you should be.
On October 31st, 2024, Donald Trump was $1.8 billion in debt. That's factually reported. Go ahead, look it up. Donald Trump was $1.8 billion in debt. Do you know how bad you have to be at business to be $1.8 billion in debt? Ask yourself, have you ever been in debt? Is it a big deal if you're $10,000 in debt? Is it a huge deal if you are $100,000 in debt? Let me give you some examples of what that would
And we let this man run this country like a business. That's what they ran on.
Look like. If you imagine that $1 was the equivalent of 1
He's running it like
foot of
his
distance,
business.
$100,000 of debt would be 19 miles of debt. $1.8 billion of debt would be almost 370,000 miles of debt. That's to the moon and halfway back. That is 14 times around the circumference of the earth. It is an almost incomprehensible amount of debt, and Donald Trump owes none of it to American banks.
And now he's, up 50 bill?
So ask yourself, if I was that far in debt to foreign operators and they asked me to do something, would I do it? You wouldn't have a choice.
Now, again, I'm not blaming this on foreign operators. We've been in touch with them. This has been a joint plan for a long time. I mean, like, look at the Heritage Foundation. Go look into Opus Dei, Leonard Leo, fucking Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, all still have those connections, which then connects to, European, like, that's a whole other conspiracy pipeline that I'm not even going to go around.
Donald Trump is destroying the American economy, the global economy, and everything we stand for because, one, he is so stupid and bad at business he doesn't know better, and two, the people he owes...
Can the Democrats hire him as a consultant?
...have a vested interest, a stated mission of destroying Western civilization and America, and he is answering their call. It is not a question of what is happening. Donald Trump is destroying America. The only question left is what are we going to do about it?
Make him and Hassan the media guy? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. They're coping hard on Fox News, according to Aaron Rupar.
Numbers, and the ranchers of Wyoming are saying, thank you, Mr. President, it is about time.
We have an Illinois rancher coming on our show this afternoon who they're applauding these tariffs, saying it is about time, pointing out...
Remember just the last stream where we watched, Besant get asked if there would be assistance for the farmers like there was last time, because Trump's tariffs fucked the farmers last time, and he said no.
Of money, $29 billion. Australia sells beef to the United States. Not a dollar of our beef goes to Australia. So they're cheering this on. I talked to a shrimper on Friday. The shrimping industry, the fishing industry in the United States. I mean, it's not just been an overnight change. I mean, this has been...
Fuck that I should be fucking press secretary for a better president. Again, like, they're just
Though is that this is precisely what Donald Trump said he was going to do, which is always a shock when a politician does that. And it's what he's been saying for
Don't worry, scared audience. We have one farmer who's not scared about tariffs, so you can relax.
Decades that this is what needs to be done to save the American economy.
And I'll just bring up this. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say.
Well, to be fair, China has banned all imports of U.S. film now. So, like, yeah, I guess they can put tariffs on anime.
To just let him do what he's going to do, give him some time, because he is a businessman, he's a billionaire, he knows what he's doing. And when does America say, we're tired of paying the most? We're tired of paying and paying and paying and doing what every administration is doing.
Whiny little bitches is what this country is full of, every last one of us. You look at fucking Larry Kudlow on Fox Business explaining to the Treasury Secretary how the economy works.
We will grow. We, the United States, will grow faster than Japan. We will grow faster than almost anybody. Therefore, almost by definition, by growing faster than the rest of the world, we're always going to have a trade deficit. So I don't know why you want to use the trade deficit in a calculation for a reciprocal charge. I understand your point about non-tariff barriers. I get that. That's why I would have chosen a handful of countries, I don't know, maybe 10 or a dozen countries, and really carefully pinpointed it. But to apply this to the whole world on the basis of trade deficits, is that really the best in your judgment? You've been around a long time. You've looked at these. You've done analysis. Is that really where we should be?
He's not talking about growing faster than Japan. He's talking about how the economy is normally supposed to work versus what they think it works like.
Yeah, we will grow.
Here's Elon arguing with Peter Navarro. I forgot. So Elon first retweeted this video of Milton Friedman, famous demon who is the cause of many of our problems, or at least one of the main causes of many of our problems.
There's not a single person in the world who could make this pencil. Remarkable statement.
In fact, China needs very little to import from the U.S. China doesn't need shit from America.
Not at all. The wood from which it's made, for all I know, comes from a tree that was cut down in the state of Washington. To cut down that tree, it took a saw. To make the saw, it took steel. To make the steel, it took iron ore. This black center, we call it lead, but it's really graphite, compressed graphite. I'm not sure where it comes from, but I think it comes from some mines in South America. This red top up here,
this is a fucking demon,
the eraser,
just don't forget.
bit of rubber, probably comes from Malaya, where the rubber tree isn't even native. It was imported from South America by...
I'm watching Milton Friedman. What world am I in? Yeah, I know. But Elon retweeted this. Elon retweeted this. There is now a factional split in the government where half of them, or rather most of them, want to commit economic suicide. And the capital class, some of them that will be negatively affected by this, is like, wait. I thought we were doing laissez-faire economics. Where's that gone? But, like, you got to understand what it is that they're arguing about, because a lot of people have never seen Milton Friedman talk.
By some businessmen with the help of the British government. This brass ferrule, I haven't the slightest idea where it came from, or the yellow paint, or the paint that made the black lines, or the glue that holds it together. Literally thousands of people cooperated to make this pencil. People who don't speak the same language,
burning in hell.
who practice different religions, who might hate one another if they ever met.
So, anyway, Elon responds with this. When Navarro responded to him saying this as, it was interesting to hear Elon Musk at the beginning talk about a zero tariff zone with Europe. He doesn't understand that. And the things that I think are important about Elon to understand is he sells cars. That's what he does. Because Elon wants no tariffs with Europe. I was telling my coworkers that the billionaires and the fascists would conflict. I just thought it would have been over immigrants. I said this from the very beginning. If anybody, those of you who've been watching me before the election, I said this over and over and over again. There are factions in MAGA. There is your general MAGA public. There is your Nazis, your Christian nationalists, and your billionaire class. Below those, there's like subcategories of different little cults, but these three interests do not align with each other. They could work together in certain aspects, but they will not align in others. There will be fallout.
At the end of the day, I hope
it is agreed that
And
both Europe
it's going to
and the
get
United
like really
States
scary in a
should
second once we're
move,
done with the
ideally,
economy.
in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America, and also more freedom of people to move between Europe and North America, if they wish.
That's what Elon wants. That's laissez-faire economics. That's not what we're doing. And this is the White House's reaction.
There's been some public sparring between Elon Musk and the president's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on some of these tariffs. Musk actually referred to Navarro today as being, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Are you at all, or is the administration, the president, all concerned that this is maybe impacting the public's understanding of these tariffs? It might be messing with the message on it?
No, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
Let their public sparring continue, and you guys should all
100% Visora competing interests will drive them apart and fracture MAGA over time. We know they will dump the not rich people first. Of course. Like, that was always the plan. It was never anything else. It was never gonna, it never could be.
A divided Supreme Court ultimately sided...
No, I did not ask you to autoplay. Sorry, I'm setting up the next segment while we're doing this.
I'll be very...
Also, like, understand that Elon Musk is actually dumb. Like, he actually is. He's evil, but he's also stupid.
I mean, if you took the people of Italy and you teleported the people of Italy to, say, some part of the United States, it would still be Italy. But if you teleported a bunch of people from some other part of the world to Italy, where they're telling people no longer because they've been teleported to America, then the region, the geographic region, would no longer be Italy. It would be that other country.
What the fuck is he saying? Is the correct answer. You flipping back and forth too? I'm just about to get finished setting up this next segment. Oh, also, guys, bad news. Elon Musk is, yeah, we're going to talk about immigration next. We're going to talk about the gulags. But understand, Elon Musk is not hurting from Tesla anymore. He's gotten out of his issues with Tesla by using fucking magic tricks in money.
Why did you sell Twitter back to yourself? X, I sold X to XAI, which is a shell company. No. XAI is a very real company that I own 54% of. It's actually the technology behind Grok. So Twitter's chatbot owns Twitter now? X. XAI owns X. Because Tesla's stocks are plummeting. Yeah, but let's take a step back for a second. Based off of publicly available information through a series of firms and shell companies and selling some of my own assets, I probably had like $5 to $10 billion left that I needed to get to buy X. So you leveraged like $10 to $20 billion in Tesla shares to get
this
the loan.
This is fucking money magic.
But now that the share prices are tanking, that means everyone's shares are tanking right now. Okay, well, the bottom line is that your collateral isn't worth as much. So now the bank's getting antsy. So I sold Twitter X. Sold X to pay back the loan. Not exactly. Never a simple fucking answer with you people. Why not? Well, for one, I lost $11 billion on the deal, but also I was paid with shares of XI, not cash. How could you possibly lose $11 billion when you sold something to yourself? Oh, it was on purpose. Bingo! Remember capital gains? Well, I just lost $11 billion on paper. So does the government give you, like, taxes back? What, are you rich? I think... Oh, that's right. You're one of those guys. You used that very recently on Twitter. X. I said it. It's X. Since I lost $11 billion on paper, I could sell... plus... I can sell assets until I hit $11 billion in capital gains without paying any sort of taxes. So you're just going to sell off like a ton of Tesla shares and then pay back the loan? No, I will probably sell off other assets and then pay back a little bit of the loan to take the pressure off, and then honestly, I'll probably buy more shares of Tesla. And why are you going to do that? Buy the dip, reconsolidate my power. The price is good.
MTG bought the dip today. She bought about 1,000 different companies, like little bits. It's paying back the Saudis, relying on crypto AI pumping dumps because terminally online tech freaks aren't going to dismember him to pay back their money. Exactly. 1-to-1, actually.
Gonna go back up.
The Saudis
So
would dismember
even
him.
when we fight back and it feels like we're making a difference, you use that as an opportunity to attach one of your toxic
Pay
assets,
attention right
Twitter,
here. This is
to a more
important.
impressive sounding AI company that you're getting a bigger stake in while also walking away with more control of Tesla. We can only speculate, but you have hurt my reputation. You've made it harder for me to raise funds. You made me cry on Fox News. There's a reason that I am not sleeping at night. So don't lose faith. You fucked me, but don't expect me not to try to soften the blow. God, I really want to hurt you, but you make me so sad. Why is everybody so hateful and mean to me? Why did you sell?
That's true. I mean, objectively, that's what happened here. Oh, also, do you guys know that Trump wants a $92 million military parade for his birthday next month? Like, this is North Korea. Oh, and yeah, the Pentagon budget is $1 trillion.
We have great things happening with our military. We also essentially approved a budget which is in the facility.
Just standard
you'd like
North
to hear
Korea
this,
stuff,
of
yeah.
$1 trillion, $1 trillion, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have to build our military, and we're very cost conscious, but the military is something that we have to build, and we have to be strong.
That went up from 97 to 300. How? Jesus.
Because you
I
got a
don't,
lot
I
of
don't even
bad
want to
forces
know.
out there now. So we're going to be approving a budget. And I'm proud to say, actually, the biggest one.
Bets
we've
on
ever
how
done
many
for the
Sieg
military.
Heils we see at that parade. I will guess at least 5. All right, really quickly. Let me get this right, because I gotta go pee. Whoa. What happened there? And then I'm gonna yell a lot when I come back. I have a lot of yelling I have to do. I'm very angry. Oh my god, I think my fucking system. There we go. I think my system just crashed for a second. Is stream still up? Yes. Cool. Stream is still up. Love it. All right, I'm gonna leave you with Elon Musk crying for a minute while I go pee, and then when I come back, horrific demons, I guess.
Anyone spamming the chat will get lost connection. Connection lost.
Ooh, perfect timing. All right. I'm gonna be real with you guys here. In this next segment, if you are an active leftist, if you go to protests, if you are regularly online in these types of chats, like, you're gonna want to pay attention, because this is a risk to you. Now, where the fuck are you? I have so many tabs open, I have to find one of them to start off with. And it opened at the end, I think. Oh,
I
hold on.
think
I don't have it open. Then let me open it. So first of all, we have no rights anymore. Fascism is here. Like, they will do whatever the fuck they want to you. So let's start off with looking at what they're saying about us. This is the time where I want you to not fight, because it is us against them now. Charlie Kirk, assassination culture is spreading on the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% said the same about Donald Trump. No Fed posting. In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy. Any setback, whether losing an election or losing a court case, justifies maximally violent response. This is the natural outgrowth of left-wing protest culture, tolerating violence and mayhem for years on end. The cowardice of local prosecutors and officials have let them turn to a ticking time bomb. Yeah, let's unpack this. Really quickly, I need you to understand how many times the Republicans have called for violence. Like, a lot of them. Let's start off with some, eh? You know, just to get like a little rundown of our history and build the foundation. This isn't even asking if they think it's good. It's just saying it would, if it would be justified. I know. I mean, here, like Nancy Pelosi's husband, good example right there. I really just don't feel like reading through this, but the Proud Boys, don't stand back and stand by. January 6th, come on, we know this. Like, these are the violent terrorists calling us the violent terrorists. But who are they calling violent terrorists? Stop Anti-Semitism is calling on the Attorney General Bondi to investigate if Miss Rachel is being funded by a foreign party or pushing anti-Israeli propaganda. This is like a teacher. Like, she's a normal, innocent person. Since 10/7, Miss Rachel has transformed into an amplifier of Hamas propaganda, broadcasting to 20 million followers across her platform. She promoted a, quote, starving child from Gaza photo, which was actually a cystic fibrosis case. Hamas false stats of 14,000 kids killed. 72% of deaths are combat-aged men. Guys, it is the brainwashing. Fake cold deaths in Gaza. Photos circulate this time were frostbite taken from Wikipedia while temperatures were warm. That's not how that works. Claims Israel is indiscriminately bombing kids despite Israel taking extensive measures to minimize civilian casualties. They're going after a fucking YouTuber. I am a YouTuber. Hassan is a YouTuber. Some of you are YouTubers. The enemy from within. Yeah. And it gets worse. Check this out. This is a witness being threatened to not testify in front of the government.
A witness just testified before the committee that the Department of Justice sent her a letter warning her not to testify before this hearing today. You heard me correct. The Department of Justice sent her a letter saying, do not testify before this committee today, which is essentially witness intimidation. Her name was Liz Oyer, and she was the pardon attorney.
I told you democracy's dead. I've been saying it for months.
She was one of the Doge layoffs.
On Friday night, around 9:15, I learned that the Deputy Attorney General's office had directed the Department's Security and Emergency Planning Service to send 2 armed Special Deputy U.S. Marshals to my home to serve me with a letter. The letter was to be served at my home between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock on Friday night. I was in the car with my husband and my parents when I got the news that the officers were on their way to my house where my teenage child was home alone. Fortunately, due to the grace of a
revolutionary optimism,
very decent person who understood how upsetting this would be to my family, I was able to confirm receipt of the letter to an email address, and the deputies were called off. The letter had been emailed to me just before 8 o'clock that night. The letter was a warning to me about the risks of testifying here today, but I am here because I will not be bullied into concealing the ongoing corruption and abuse of power at the Department of Justice.
She also just...
I take this as they tried killing her family. That's how I view this situation. I'm not going to make a disagreement there. If Lenin organized the Bolsheviks in a time outright state murder and a regime of total censorship with no legal mechanisms for recourse, so can we. That's true.
Just testified.
It is mafia shit. I keep saying the government is the Taliban and the mafia. We haven't even touched Europe. Do you guys know that we're working with the Taliban now? Do you guys know that we're genuinely, hold on. We're actually fucking working with the Taliban now. Unconfirmed, but like, this makes sense. The United States is taking Bagram Air Base back from the Taliban at the Taliban's request. I have confirmed this article's contents and the deployment. Like, come on.
fired from the DOJ because she refused
Oh,
to
yeah, I know. I just mean like openly and directly.
go along with the Deputy Attorney General's desire to return Mel Gibson's gun rights back to him, which had been taken away because he was convicted of domestic abuse. And apparently Mel Gibson is a friend of Donald Trump, and that's why they wanted to give him his gun rights back. She refused to go.
It helps because we would fuck up ISIS, and it would be a base to attack Iran from the east as well, long leg Homo sapien.
Along with it, and was fired within hours of that refusal.
She was fired within hours of that refusal. This video, I'm sure you've seen this video. This video circulated a lot during the election. People hate, like, the conservatives hate women so fucking much that they will just destroy society. Because this is making the rounds on Twitter again. Now, this was up everywhere during the election. People were mad about it because this was like some Australian women that work in an office job having fun on TikTok. Conservatives are like the MAGA base, not the upper echelon. Not the upper echelon. The bottom base hate women so much that they will commit any crime and suicide if it means women suffer as well. Headless chicken, they don't just hate women because women won't touch them. No. They want the ability to rape women. They don't want women to have jobs or bank accounts. They want to take all of our rights away. That's literally what they say over and over again. They openly say this. It's not even like a conspiracy.
Gen Z boss enemy! Gen Z boss enemy!
This broke so many like people's brains. This video.
Itty bitty titties and a bulb! Itty bitty titties and a bulb! 5'3" in an attitude! 5'3" in an attitude! Secret product in the trench! Secret product in the trench!
Still, tariffs or this? Tariffs. Accurate. Double the tariffs. Economic mismanagement, that's a good, tanking the economy because they don't want Australia, they don't like Australian women. You're wrong, it's all women. Like, it's insane. Oh, and like, I saw this and I laughed at it. Someone like 10,000 years in the future is going to look at like historical remnants of America and think that the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, and the S&P are gods. You're just an abusive little bitch, eh? Like, exactly. That's how they think about people. It is. Now you want to see what we're doing? You know that we're Nazis, right? We are Nazi America. Hey, guys, stop fucking fighting or I will kick you both out for the day. 24 hours. Stop fighting. It is us against these fucking people. I don't care what disagreement you have. Shut the fuck up and work together.
The shackled men were forced to lower their heads.
If you don't work together, this is what happens to all of us. All of us end up like this. Shut the fuck up and deal with your differences after we deal with this.
And bodies as they were unloaded from buses and taken to El Salvador's mega prison known as the Terrorism Confinement Center, or SECOT. Andre Hernandez Romero was among them.
Andre is a 31-year-old.
You have full, like, green light. Green light. I don't care right now. I'm so fucking pissed off at the infighting. I don't care. Out.
Venezuelan. He's a makeup artist. He is a gay man. He loves to do theater. He was part of a theater troupe in his hometown.
Lindsay Tozlowski, Andre's attorney, says he does not have a criminal record in the United States or Venezuela. She says he left his home country.
You guys realize, like, I'm on the verge of fucking crying right now.
Last year because he was targeted for being gay and for his political views. Last May, Andre made the long trek north through the Darien Gap to Mexico, where he eventually got an appointment to seek asylum in the United States. At a legal border crossing,
screaming and being angry is better than being sad. You take that sadness, that crying, that feeling of defeat, and you channel that into anger and you use it.
Near San Diego, he was taken into custody while his case was processed.
Did he have a strong asylum case?
We believe he did have a strong asylum case. He had also done a credible fear interview, which is the very first part of seeking asylum in the United States, and the government had found that his threats against him were credible and that he had a real probability of winning an asylum claim.
But last month, Andriy did not appear for a court hearing.
Our client, who was in the middle of seeking
I'm sorry if I'm being like too much of a bitch to chat today. Like I am getting emotional too. I'm mad, and I don't mean to put it out on you guys either. I'm yelling at you to not do that as well, but like, yeah.
Asylum just disappeared.
Oh
One
yeah, no,
day
we're
he
getting there,
was
Clean State.
there,
Don't
and
worry.
The next day we're
Don't worry. We're getting there.
supposed to have court, and he wasn't brought to court.
Oh, it's so much worse.
Disappeared.
It's so much worse. Yeah, for disappeared. There is no deportation. There is no deportation. These are kidnappings. They're disappearing you and putting you in a gulag.
Yeah, I use that word because that's what happened.
But Andriy did appear in photos taken by Time magazine photographer Philip Holsinger, who was there when the Venezuelans arrived at Sokot.
It is trafficking.
Holsinger told us he heard a young man say, "I'm not a gang member.
They're torturing them here.
I'm gay. I'm a stylist." And then he cried for his mother as he was slapped and had his head shaved. By comparing Holsinger's photographs to photos of Andriy's tattoos taken by the government, we were able to confirm that this is Andriy. His lawyer, who was representing him pro bono, had never seen these photos before.
It's horrifying to see someone who we've met.
This is, you think about like photos you've seen of Auschwitz and compare to this. You know what? Hold on. Here's a good one. Do you see much of a difference here? I don't. I don't.
And know as a sweet, funny artist in the most horrible conditions I could imagine.
Oh, by the way, guess what? You're not safe. None of you are. It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Over the weekend, President Trump said that he would be willing to have U.S. citizens deported to El Salvador with the cooperation of President.
U.S. citizens kidnapped and sent to El Salvador. Trump said that.
How would that work legally, and how many people would potentially be available for that operation?
So the president has discussed this idea quite a few times publicly. He's also discussed it privately. You're referring to the president's idea for American citizens to potentially be deported. These would be heinous, violent criminals who have broken our nation's laws repeatedly.
Remember, a YouTuber who's talking about, like, I don't know, reality is being called a terrorist. You can't, there's no deportation. Deportation requires you to go to a court, found guilty of something. There is no deportation. This is trafficking, kidnapping, disappearing, and sending you to a gulag. It's a gulag. Guantanamo's the death camp, and El Salvador's the gulag.
These are violent repeat offenders in American
heinous
streets.
criminals equals anyone they feel like.
If it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway to do that, he's not sure. We are not sure if there is. It's an idea that he has simply floated and has discussed.
Remember, martial law in like fucking 10, 11 days. So like, what does it matter? Oh, you know, ICE is arresting third graders and handcuffing them, putting them in detention with adult criminals. All of these people should be put on trial in Nuremberg. Yeah. Guys, third graders handcuffed, arrested, and put in detention with adults. Yeah. Message from the Sackett Harbor principal. As the principal of these students, I need to speak plainly. Our 3 students who were taken by ICE were doing everything right. They had declared themselves to immigration judges, attended court to their assigned dates, and were followed. First of all, 3-year-olds having to go to court is fucking insane. They are not criminals. They have no ties to criminal activity. They are loved in their classrooms. Their family has worked at a nearby Old McDonald's petting zoo for the dairy farm for 15 years. They live in a house on the same road as a home ICE had a warrant for. The fact that ICE went door to door is unfathomable. Yeah, they get a warrant for one person, they go down the whole block, everybody. The fact that our students were handcuffed and put in the same van as alleged criminals from down the street is unconscionable. When I think of my third grader's experience, my stomach twists and it is hard to breathe. We're in shock, and it is a shared shock that has unified our community in the call of our students' release. We are in direct communication with our students. Let me be clear, they are not being medically evaluated. They are not being questioned as potential victims. Calling a detention center by another name does not change what it is. We deserve better than spin and misinformation. My teachers, my students are already hurting. Please think about how long every hour feels for a third grader in a detention center. They had already been gone too long, a week ago. A week ago. This was 2 days ago. I have no other agenda. Please release my students and their mothers back to the community. How does it keep getting worse? It's gonna keep getting worse. Get angry. Yeah, oh sure, headless chicken. My bad. Where's verify? There you are. Cool. There we go. Sorry. Yeah. You want good news? Here's a Reddit of a lawyer who's protecting his ICE client. No, I'm sorry. I can't do good news right now because there is no good news.
A month after Kilmar Abrego Garcia was plucked from a Maryland street,
Can I link that
cuffed,
tweet?
flown
Yes.
and paraded into a notorious prison in El Salvador, his wife and his family's fight to bring him back home has reached the highest levels.
I want to say thank you to everyone that has helped us.
The Trump administration acknowledges Abrego Garcia was deported by mistake, but Attorney General Pam Bondi argued they're powerless to get him back from a...
Yeah, you like, of course, we're powerless to get him back. That fucking bullshit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care. The cruelty is the point.
Another country.
It's been this way. Guys, I've been saying this for like a year now, that this is exactly what was gonna happen, and it's exactly what they're doing. They said that this was what was gonna happen, and now they're doing it. How are we still... They literally said they would do these things.
Victims of these crimes here in our states, more than these defendants.
Before the Supreme Court stepped in, a federal judge had ordered Abrego Garcia returned by midnight tonight, calling the deportation without due process lawless and a grievous error.
This
feels like it's suddenly bigger than just this one man's deportation.
You know what's even sad is I can see chat, like I can see concurrent viewer numbers dropping because it's too depressing for people to deal with. Learn to be uncomfortable in your, learn to be comfortable in discomfort. You don't have comfort anymore. We don't have democracy. We don't have rule of law. You live in fascism. They just don't want him coming back and telling his story. Of course not. Yeah. Why the fuck would they? When you make a mistake in this position, the right answer is to just deny it and move on. If you acknowledge the mistake, then every other thing you do will get questioned from their perspective.
It is. This case, I think, has taken on
of course they don't want him back. Of course.
Tom Dupree was a Department of Justice official in the George W. Bush administration.
You erased your mistake. Yeah, just like how, you know, they managed to make it so we'll have no fucking records of this time in 20 years. Not government records.
Between the executive's attempt to act with muscular, powerful, aggressive authority and whether or not the judges are going to try to constrain the president, rein him in, insist on the enforcement of law.
An investigation by 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega has revealed questions about others deported on those flights March.
Kidnapped and trafficked. Stop saying deported. I want every one of you to get pissed when someone says deported about these people and tell them off. It's not deportation.
15th. And found that of the 238 Venezuelan migrants sent to El Salvador,
if you acknowledge your mistake, everything else will get questioned.
75% of them.
No criminal record for 75% at all. No criminal record at all for 75% of the people we sent to this gulag. Human fucking trafficking.
Available for 75% of them. The group included makeup artist Andre Hernandez Romero, identified here in photos by his attorney, Lindsay Toslowski.
Our client, who was in the middle of seeking asylum, just disappeared one day.
I've been getting pissed at people using deportation since the start of this. Me too. Yeah. You want to see what Justice Sotomayor's dissent was from today's SCOTUS decision? And Stalin would be proud. The implication of the government's position is that not only that non-citizens, but also U.S. citizens could be taken off the streets, forced into planes, confined to foreign prisons with no opportunity for redress if judicial review is denied unlawfully before removal. History is no stranger to such lawless regimes, but this nation's systems of laws were designed to prevent it, not to enable their rise. Stalin was that bad, Lenin, and we're not going to argue that point right now. I don't care. I don't care. Let's not argue that. Fucking, it's a gulag is a gulag is a gulag. I don't care if it's a Russian gulag, a German gulag, an American gulag. They're gulags. Again, like, perhaps the most upsetting part of the story is the lengths to which leadership of the department has gone to prevent me from testifying here today. We nearly killed this woman. We're the devil. Oh, look, a new bill that makes it harder for women to vote.
Not that these bills are any better the second time around. A bill that will make it harder for women to vote. A bill to let the Trump administration break the law. And 2 resolutions that stick it to consumers. Honest to God, Mr. Speaker, who asked for these? Which Trump donor wrote these measures?
Heritage Foundation did. It's in Project 2025. They promised all this stuff over a year and a half ago. They put out their secret master plan on the internet for everybody to see. Russ Vought is not in charge. Russ Vought is just in charge of implementation. Stephen Miller wrote half this shit, first of all. But, like, they promised this stuff a year and a half ago. They put out their fucking evil cartoon master plan for everyone to see, and everyone ignored it. Everyone ignored it.
60 Minutes found that 75% of the immigrants who were sent to El Salvador do not have public criminal records.
Not everyone, I know.
Is that true?
Do you mean in our country?
The Venezuelan migrants who were sent to...
Okay, well, they're not Venezuelan migrants. They're illegal aliens from Venezuela who should not have been in our country, who are committing the most violent...
This woman should not be in our country. Trying not to Fed Post Impossible Edition? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an anti-theist, but they're really making me believe that Trump is the fucking Antichrist and his party are demons. Well, it's harder to not think that when you look at the Middle East, but we'll get there.
Crime. So if you committed a murder in our country, we're going to keep you here, and we're going to seek the death penalty, and we're going to keep you in prison because our victims' families deserve that. But we don't have to...
I mean, they're doing both, DJ Shake Chili.
We can deport them and get them out of our country and save room.
It's too crazy. They'll never do that. This is the one place where being unable to face discomfort can lead you. Yeah. This couldn't happen in our country. Oh no, someone will stop this. They won't let this happen. There's smart people in charge.
In our prisons because they should have never been in our country to begin with.
So you confirm they didn't commit a crime, right? Is that what you're confirming?
The activist judges that we were warned about. The Supreme Court allows the Alien Enemies Act kidnappings to continue. Well, might as well listen to it.
A divided Supreme Court ultimately sided with the Trump administration on Monday. The 5-4 ruling cleared the way for the president to use a controversial centuries-old law to deport alleged members of a Venezuelan gang. The ruling was made on a technicality, though, the High Court deciding the migrants should have a hearing before they're taken from the U.S., only not in Washington, D.C.
The only question is which court will resolve that challenge. The detainees are confined in Texas, so venue is improper in the District of...
There's a lot of people that think in America due process is only for white folks and Republicans. They do, but they don't realize that, no, it's not. They don't, no, there's no due process. It's either for everybody or nobody. But that's what happens when you're brainwashed for a decade.
Of Columbia.
It comes after a Washington, D.C. judge in March blocked the use of the Alien Enemies Act, historically employed during wartime, to deport undocumented Venezuelan migrants.
So sick of hearing the word deport. I'm so sick of the word hearing the word deport. Venezuelan gang we're only just hearing about now. Yeah, everyone's a Venezuelan gang member. You guys know that we're next, right? Again, they're already going after YouTubers.
Have said that their clients and not gang members have committed no crimes and were targeted largely on the basis of their tattoos.
It helps to remember that we fought a bloody war to keep black people in chains. They will do anything. Yeah. What's up, Mystic Fortitude? Just looking at the death of democracy in America.
An investigation by 60 Minutes didn't find
75% of the people that we kidnapped and sent to these gulags had committed no crimes. Keep that in mind, guys. We should just add a new definition to the lexicon for deportation? No, we should just call it what it is in kidnapping and human trafficking. It's not deportation. Definitionally, you need to go to a court. They don't have courts. They don't have judges. They don't have lawyers. They don't have juries.
Records for 75% of the deportees. Donald Trump praised the Supreme Court for its action on Monday, hailing a move that would allow a president to secure U.S. borders and protect families. The court also temporarily halted an order requiring the administration to return by the end of the day a Salvadoran man who the government has acknowledged was deported by mistake.
Kidnapped and human trafficked to a gulag, you mean, again. Oh, by the way, it's getting... You know, we got to do more of the internal Hitler shit too. Let's get that in there, DOJ stuff.
Yeah, what's happening there is they're not abiding by what President Trump said. They're allowing men and women's sports. And in the case right now, what we did last...
No. I don't like that depraved ambiance. I don't want to take their word and turn it into a euphemism. I don't want to use their words. I don't want to abide by their standards. I don't want to live in their fake reality. Even if it's like... in a way that is pushing it closer to reality, but still, I don't want that. No, fuck that. They're demons. They're kidnapping people. There's no deportations, and America is Nazi America.
Last night, some breaking news. We pulled all non-essential funding from the Department of Corrections in Maine because they were allowing a man in a woman's prison, a giant 6'1", 245-pound guy who committed a double murder with a knife, stabbed his parents to death and the
Yes, I
dog.
totally believe everything you say. Obviously, like, incredible. Yeah, I'm totally convinced that you guys are only going after criminals specifically.
And he identified as a woman, so they were
not buying their framing, not buying their rhetoric.
In
yeah,
a female prison.
I get it.
No
it's just
longer.
like I don't like
we
it.
Will pull your
you can
funding.
do whatever you
We
like.
will
I don't like
protect
it.
Women in prison. We will
Everything they say is a lie. Every accusation is a confession. I've been saying this for a year.
Protect women in sports. We will protect women.
She is a demon.
No more of that.
She's actually a lich. This one's a lich, not a demon or a ghoul. She spawns the demons and the ghouls.
It's unbelievable that we're still dealing with this issue. It seems like the American people have spoken on this issue, but the resistance campaign continues.
Oh, by the way, the IRS is sharing all your information with ICE now. Just so you know. Hey, did you guys hear about the Yale professor who studies fascism fleeing to Canada?
A prominent Yale professor who studies fascism is leaving the U.S. amid the Trump administration's crackdown on universities and colleges. Jason Stanley, author of How Fascism Works, The Politics of Us and Them, is departing the hallowed Ivy League school to teach in Toronto, telling a philosophy website the reason is, quote, entirely because of the political climate in the United States. This comes as the Trump administration threatens to withhold funding for preeminent institutions like Columbia, which capitulated to the administration over so-called security reforms. And as grad students from Columbia and Tufts are among scholars now detained by immigration enforcement after their involvement in pro-Palestinian protests or riots. Professor and author Jason Stanley joins us now. Professor, thanks for taking the time with us. You cited the current political environment in this country as why you're leaving, why you're heading to Canada. Is it impeding you from teaching what and how you'd want to teach?
Oh, absolutely not. Yale has, to this extent, protected its scholars, unlike Columbia, who forced, for example...
I tried to attend Khalil's hearing today. They wouldn't let me in. I'm not surprised. Starting to lose track of all the high-profile cases of people they just kidnapped. That's why you need to keep records. I at least keep my living source document, but who the fuck knows, guys? We can end up in a situation where like all of the grid goes down and no one has electricity anymore because the evil ghouls want it that way.
Catherine Frank, a
The fuck
prominent
knows
law
anymore?
professor, into early retirement. So it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with my children and my desire to send a warning to Americans that is consonant with the work I've been doing.
You talk about Colombia submitting to the White House's demands after the threats to withhold federal funding. I mean, some of what they agreed to are new rules for protests, more security officers that can make arrests, new leadership to oversee certain academic programs like Middle East studies. You called Colombia's capitulation a warning. How so?
Well, and Americans don't really understand some of the details. They put the department, never before has the federal government intervened to put a department into receivership, much less an excellent department like the Department of Middle Eastern Studies at Columbia University.
Oh, by the way, sorry, I have to add in here. I forgot to show these before. The Navy released a list of 381 books that they pulled from the library. One major theme among them, titles discussing white supremacy in America and the impacts of racism. Nearly 400 books that talk about what white supremacy is and racism is, removed from the Navy. Oh, and Israel killed a 14-year-old American citizen in the West Bank. 14-year-old American New Jersey kid.
And it's not new leadership. They're going to appoint perhaps a non-academic, it's someone who's obviously going to intervene in academic affairs.
Chris, you're from New Jersey too? Me too.
Very serious about this. Receivership is only meant for when professors in a department dislike each other so much they can't be in the same room together. And needless to say, this crackdown, Colombia's capitulation to this is a grave sign about the future of academic freedom.
Fleeing does sound pretty good right about now. Hell, honestly, I would fucking illegally immigrate to Mexico and try and get on a fucking plane. I don't know.
In addition to, say, hauling people off the street and sending them to Louisiana prisons like they did at Tufts University for co-authoring op-eds in the student newspaper.
Yeah, I mean, it's Tufts, it's Columbia, Georgetown, the University of Minnesota. I mean, we keep learning of new and new cases of grad students or other academics being detained by ICE. And I'll note that these are people who are here legally. They have permanent residence. They're on student visas. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said last week that these cases are just the beginning. What is the message?
Just the beginning. Who do you think is next? At this point, people just need to consider illegally going somewhere and applying for asylum after. Yeah, to be fair, it's not illegal. Can we stop saying that? Actually, it's not illegal to enter the country and apply for asylum. That's actually how you apply for asylum. You have to cross the border and then apply. Menathan, I can't because I live in Australia now. I did flee in 2018. Actually, I didn't flee. I kind of left for other reasons. It just kind of worked out. Where did Art go? I haven't seen him around recently. He's not doing great. I messaged him in chat the other day, and so I don't know. Their mental health is fucking fried. This shit's hard, guys. Like I said, if you burn out, you're gonna die, but it's hard to not burn out.
Administration is sending by detaining these scholars and prioritizing this sort of...
They might make it so Americans are not allowed to leave in 11 days. Just so you know. That's not necessarily likely. It is possible.
Crackdown.
The message is that they're going to do a kind of stochastic terrorism against our country. They're going to target people one by one so that those who are in fear will shut up, essentially. And universities are filled with fear already. They're ceasing to make public statements. They're not banding together. Right now, they're targeting non-citizens for, writing in student newspapers. I'm sure, or I suspect, they'll start pulling people's passports, targeting U.S. citizens for various reasons, and exploiting Americans' ignorance. Generally, we don't know about each other's work.
I need to go to like a rage room today. Please give me a dono so I can afford to go to a rage room. Oh, also guys, genuinely, like I'm not shilling here, but if you did want to donate to the stream, Twitch does pay me in 2 days, and the exchange rate is 1.68. So I would get like $1.68 per dollar you give me before they crash the value of the dollar. So that would be great. Cadiris, me and my cousin are going to a protest, and her husband literally won't come because he's a Canadian immigrant on a visa. Fuck yeah, I wouldn't either. My parents have thick Turkish accents. They're both U.S. citizens, and like, I'm terrified for them. I tell them, don't speak Turkish outside of the house. Always carry your passport with you. Like,
places exploiting Americans' ignorance about academic freedom, and they're trying to, and I fear they will succeed in destroying America's higher education system, which is by far the best in the world.
I wonder,
what the fuck do you mean getting real? Shit's been real, y'all.
This right now thinking, well, you have a lot to say. You are an American citizen. Why not stay and try to be the change you're seeking? Why not be part of the pushback to...
So you don't die. I don't know. Like, it's either revolution or run. I wish the rest of you good mental health, join in politics, get active. That's how you stay sane. Me yelling is how I stay sane. If you stop paying attention, it'll just happen to you by surprise. Like, you could be perfectly innocent following the law, and then one day you do one thing tiny wrong, and suddenly you're in a gulag.
This sort of behavior.
Bro, telling people who flee for safety not to flee is low-key monstrous. I agree. It's up to you. You need to decide. You need to think and decide for yourself. What are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to get hurt? Are you willing to get sent to the gulag? Are you willing to risk your family, your friends? And if you're not, then you flee. It's that simple. How would they stop people from leaving? This isn't North Korea. It literally is. We're gonna have martial law in 11 days. 420. The fucking report is due for the Insurrection Act. Why the fuck wouldn't they? They just put up new cages in front of the White House, new fences.
I will continue to throw punches against fascism and bullies from Canada. Don't worry. I have 2 Black and Jewish kids. I think my kids actually are more important to me than anything else.
Why wouldn't they?
So they're using my religion to go after academic freedom, crushing universities supposedly in the name of protecting my people, American Jews. My kids are Jewish. My kids are Black.
Remember just yesterday we were looking at fucking what's the Nazi's name? Laura Loomer talking about how American Jews are the biggest threat to Jews.
Attacking their history, and I want to send a political message, as I've been doing with my work. This comes at great personal cost. This is not some, I'm taking a huge salary cut. I'm not a super wealthy person. I'll still be well.
No, Cadiris. I think if unemployment goes up to 30%, maybe, then we can have some change.
Paid, but I'm taking like a 25% salary cut.
I don't believe America has the sauce.
Homeland that I love, and I love America because it doesn't have kings. I don't love America because we can punch other people in the nose.
And so we're seeing President Trump consolidate power, pushing to quiet dissent, pressuring law firms and universities, detaining scholars.
I said this on Inauguration Day. The next 3 months is going to be the period of time when they are at their weakest. We're 2 months, 3 months, we're 3 months in. Just about. They have almost consolidated. They are right on schedule. I'm an American citizen, but it sure doesn't feel like it. I carry my birth certificate with me when I leave home. You know that they'll just take it from you, and then they'll say, give me your passport, and you'll say, I just gave it to you. And they'll pretend that you didn't, if they feel like it, right? It doesn't matter. There is no law. You don't go to a court.
He's also attacking the judiciary and any judges who block or question his policies. How would you describe this moment for America?
There's nothing to stop them.
It is a brutal attack on America's freedoms. It's an attack specifically on our democratic institutions. The legal system, the courts and universities and the media. And these institutions the media has been attacking universities for a decade.
Literally,
they've been doing
like Homo
Trump's
sapien.
work for him. So that
He's
doesn't
also
help.
right. We've been doing this for a decade. The media's been doing this for a decade. People have been brainwashed for 10 years. Isolation is a death sentence. Guys, summer's coming up. It's going to be hot as fuck. Winter's going to come after. Maybe make some friends with your neighbors, and so on a really hot day, you guys could have like a schedule where everyone hangs at one person's house so that you only have to cool down one house, and you can cycle that so that everyone gets to host and that not everyone has to pay as much money to stay cool in the summer. In the winter, same with the heat. Work together. Build little communities with the people around you. If you don't like them, make them like you. Change them. Speak to them like they're humans. This is how humanity has worked for all of human history. Up until like 20 years ago. 2008, really.
Help when the democratic institutions are working against each other. And each of these institutions in the face of this attack on democracy and this attack on freedom.
I'm grasping at straws, admittedly, but does seeing figures like Ben Shapiro, Elon acknowledge that against the tariffs and Rogan calling deportation awful and barbaric give you any hope that they may fracture Trump's support base? No, I don't. Because I don't think his support base matters anymore. Everyone in America could hate him. Every Republican could hate him. Unless they step out onto the street and revolution, there's nothing that they care. There's nothing to stop them. There is nothing. You're not going to have a free and fair election ever again. Not unless you stop this. They will declare martial law. I'm almost certain of it. There's no reason for them not to.
By a ruler
there's a
who's
lot of reasons for them,
completely
too.
saying he wants to be a king, and a political party that's behaving like communist China and lining up 100% against him.
Honestly, this is North Korea, but...
in the face of this, universities are turning on each other, are saying, oh, we don't want to be in the public, we're going to hide under the table. So law firms...
There will be an election, Comrade Lenin, but it'll be like a Russian election.
Stealing each other's clients. So it's not a positive development, and I'm going to continue calling it out from the University of Toronto.
Jason Stanley, let's keep in touch. Thank you very much for being...
That should terrify you. And this man is 100% correct. After all of this, when this is all over, whether it's this year, next year, 10 years, 50 years. We cannot allow this.
Ideology after this can never be a thing anymore.
We can't allow it.
Having a group of people who all believe in the exact opposite of progress, like, it just
the
doesn't...
word illegal immigrant should never be, like, that we should look on that with the most disgust. In the future. Am I a dual citizen now, or did I lose my American citizenship? I'm a dual citizen with America and Turkey. I haven't gotten my Australian one yet. I've passed my test. I have to give my my oath when they call me in for it, so I'll be a triple citizenship.
It doesn't work in terms of progressing as a society. Like, it just doesn't.
Red hats need to be looked at like they're
that are working
swastika armbands
against progress and expect them not to eventually stoop to these levels. I don't think it's a coincidence that it always ends up here. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that they consistently start to lose in history, and then they fucking throw out the playbook and just start doing some really evil, heinous shit for 50 years to get people really, really, like, it's fucking it's disgusting. It's evil. These are
We're
evil
already there,
people.
Lennon, yeah.
They're evil.
They are. They're demons, zombies, ghouls, liches. There's a reason I use this language, because it describes them better than any other word. Nazi doesn't describe these people as good as demons does. They're evil.
They just are. Not
no, we don't. We're not.
The...
Lennon, we cannot ever let them retroactively change how this was. America chose to be the Nazis. And we need to feel the fucking shame. I don't want this Civil War reconstruction bullshit. I don't care. I don't want this fucking bullshit feeling of, oh, well, you know, the South will rise again. No, we're doing it right this time. The Nuremberg trials did not go anywhere near far enough. We can never let this exist again. Every single person that is on that side needs to be re-educated to the point where they understand and accept what they did. I don't care if they unalive afterward. They are Nazis and they chose to be. They gave up every belief that they had to be this. They made that active choice.
The people that have been manipulated into following it.
I don't give a fuck.
The people causing this. The ideology.
No. I don't give a fuck if you were manipulated into following it. If you haven't moved away from it, like if you were manipulated into following it and then you realized, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who still will support it, even if they were manipulated. I don't care. I have no sympathy for a German Nazi living in Berlin in 1941. I have none. Zero.
Self.
And by the way, we're going to be teaching this shit to kids now, you know.
It just is. I don't mean like a biblical evil. It's textbook evil. And I don't think it should be allowed to be around anymore. And I don't think that's an insane take to have, actually. I don't think it's an insane take to be like, hey,
prison,
these evil
Comrade
people
Lennon, I
throughout
can't say
history
that.
who have all done the exact same shit over and over again. Why don't we just stamp out everything they stand for?
We used to kill Nazis.
Everything they stand for, like it should be so easy to look at these people the second they start spewing any of this shit, to look at these people in society and go, hey, stone them.
Literally.
Something to that effect. Like, do something to these people that are just causing chaos. That they exist to hold people back, lift 4 people forward while holding billions back.
Yeah,
like
well, that was the problem. We should have killed those Nazis too.
That's what they exist to do. And we're just going to let that be. That's just going to keep happening always. Always, forever. It's just going to keep happening over and over again. Cool.
You cannot allow this ideology to exist. You just can't. Make killing Nazis great again. You can't say that, Lennon. I'm sorry. I'm going to, like, just don't say it again. I'm not going to mute you. None of that. I'm not going to, just don't say it. I can say it because I'm not in America. You're going to, yeah. I'm confident in the base shifting against Trump. I think the average... They already have. They have shifted against Trump. The average Republican, like MAGA, is moving away from Trump, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Guys, Cadiris, understand, they want these people to die. Most of the Republicans that have shifted away from Trump are veterans and seniors because all of their shit's been cut. They're gonna die. We have gotten rid of healthcare. A lot of people are gonna die. You're slaves now. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter whether you support them or not. They'll just put you in the gulag. Hold on, I need to get more water. And then we have more Fed post challenges, not Fed posting challenges, because then we're going to talk about foreign policy. Trump met with Netanyahu yesterday, for example. Oh, what was that? Cat. You can see the cat. Yeah, there's Frank. Hey, buddy. Buddy. Have you done a stream that shows the exact steps that Nazi Germany took in its birth and with the relation to the US government birth? I've done a stream explaining the birth of the Nazis. I've also explained like the birth of America. I've never done them at the same time, but cold in here. I'm curious, how do you reconcile your views with gulags alongside re-education camps and service to the state was first focused? Hold on. I'm curious, how do you reconcile your views on gulags alongside your views on gulags since re-education camps and service to the state was focused on serving from to the labor camps? I can at one point though just okay. I can reconcile these views because using fascist tools is their goal. That's what they want to employ on all of us. And taking their tools and their methods and applying it to them is pro-democracy. Using any tool you have to ban, imprison, remove the anti-democratic people, demons, ghouls, is it's pro-democracy. And thank you. It's my favorite leather jacket. Like, the Nazis don't deserve rights. Like, they just don't. They don't deserve any rights. Making someone go read a book by force isn't the same. Literally, like, we do this with kids. That's how you go to school, isn't it? Is that not what school is? You are legally required to attend school. Or at least you were. You're legally required to read. Forced labor is one thing. I don't want forced labor. I want education camps for these people. And I don't care if it's fascistic to do that. It's required. It's pro-democracy. If it's done in the name of democracy and done for the benefit of democracy, then it is pro-democracy. USA hasn't got enough game to start What the fuck are you talking about, man? We already have one. We've sent people to Guantanamo. That's the death camp. Notice how no one talks about the people we sent to Guantanamo? I'm against the state, period. I'm a libertarian socialist. Understand that. I don't believe in the state. But under our current circumstances, I do entirely believe that we should take the Nazis and put them into re-education camps. That doesn't make us Nazis. That makes us pro-democracy. What's up, Cosmopolitics? This is a crash out stream, I guess. I nearly cried in the last segment, so let's see how this one goes. Losing my fucking mind, that's how. We have no rights anymore. They're going to arrest a YouTuber because they're calling her a Hamas terrorist for talking about Gaza. We have Pam Bondi saying, oh yeah, no, American citizens that have no criminal record can get sent to the gulags. You have no due process anymore. Like, people are still talking about this as if like fascism is coming. It's here. The people in the camps do the labor in El Salvador, and whatever happens in Guantanamo is a black fucking hole, but we send people there. So I don't know what the fuck they make out of them, but it is a concentration camp, definitionally, Ludwig. Do you want to know what the definition of a concentration camp is? Have you looked that up? It is a prison or a facility used for the internment of political prisoners or politically targeted demographics. Not prominently. Give me the goddamn real not Wikipedia. It is concentration in a camp. A place where large numbers of people, especially political prisoners and members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities, sometimes to provide forced labor or to await mass execution. It is literally, definitionally, a concentration camp. All right. Ludwig, you're pissing me off. Come back in an hour. All right. So, Let's talk about Hitler now. And Erdogan for some reason.
The situation in Syria.
Turkey?
Yeah. Israel doesn't want Turkey to influence Syria. What do you think? Do you think Turkey's influence in Syria can actually make it a better, more peaceful country, or vice versa?
Well, I have great relations with a man named Erdogan. Have you heard of him?
No, you don't.
And I happen to like him, and he likes me, and I know the press will get very angry.
They both hate
He
each
likes
other.
Erdogan, but I do, and he likes me, and we've never had a problem, and we've gone through a lot.
They both genuinely hate each other.
And we've never had a problem. We've always gotten, as you remember, we got our minister back from Turkey. You remember that? And this was a big deal at the time. And we got him back. And I told the prime minister, I said, just, Bibi, if you have a problem with Turkey, I really think I'm going to be able to work it out. You know, I have a very, very good relationship with Turkey and with their leader.
So this matters, as we were talking about the importance of Turkey in European defense. And because of these meetings, and because Erdogan is going to have a meeting as well soon, we've talked about the fact that Turkey was leaning towards very much being on Europe's side, but then they invaded Syria, and so did Israel, and now it looks like there could be another fucking Syrian war between Turkey and Israel. They want Turkey to come to the evil Axis powers. Turkey is currently having massive protests and general just like anti-Erdogan sentiment. And Europe is not going to take them in that case either. So it's important here. This region is fucking key to what happens next.
That's not going to be a problem. I don't think it will be a problem. Now, with that being said, I believe it was Turkey, and I said that to him. I said it. I said, congratulations. You've done what nobody's been able to do in 2,000 years. You've taken over Syria with different names, but same thing. I said, you've taken it over. He's taken it over through surrogates. He goes, no, it was not me. I said, it was you, but that's okay. You don't have to say, well, sort of.
This is about Turkey taking part of Syria.
But what he did, look, he's a tough
Netanyahu's sitting off to his side here.
And he did something that nobody was able to do, you know.
So he's trying to sweet talk Erdogan because Netanyahu himself says that you got to be nice to Erdogan, basically.
We also discussed the situation in Syria. We've had neighborly relations with Turkey that have deteriorated, and we don't want to see Syria being used by anyone, including Turkey, as a base for attack in Israel. Turkey is a country that has a great relationship with the United States. The president has a relationship with the leader of Turkey. We discussed how we can avoid this conflict.
There's a very good chance that Iran will experience airstrike. Yeah, I covered that last stream. I did a whole stream on why we're going to war with Iran in the next 2 months, as well as why China's going to invade Taiwan in the next 2 months as well. Also, on China, that might have already started. So.
In a variety of ways, and I think we can't have a better interlocutor than the President of the United States for this purpose. And of course, we also discussed Iran. Look, we're both united. We also.
Here's him saying some horrific shit about Gaza.
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in. But you know, having a peace force like the United States there, controlling and owning the Gaza Strip, would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems. And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that will do that, and you really have a freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone, a free zone, a zone where people aren't going to be killed every day. That's a hell of a place.
Yeah, that's called a country.
It's you know what I call it? A great location that nobody wants to live in, because they really don't. And when they,
because, you know, Israel bombed it.
They had good when they have good living, real living, where Hamas and all of the
highway to the freedom zone. Do you think it's an issue that a lot of the strongest advocates against Trump are also the people who are hypocritical of the Democrat? Well, no, because most of the strongest advocates that I see against Trump voted for the Democrats because they're smart enough to know that you should vote for the easier opposition to work against. It's the dumb liberals on like the progressive left that just haven't passed into class consciousness or the ability to like communicate with other members of the left that get mad about that. That's not a real thing. In fact, you can look at like the numbers, like people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris because of Gaza didn't make any difference. Green Party made no difference.
Problems they have, the level of death on the Gaza Strip is just
like numerically. I mean,
I've said it. I don't understand.
And also, like, the Democrats are also evil, most of them. Like, you can see, because most of them haven't said a word. They don't give a shit. There's some that aren't, but, you know.
Why Israel ever gave it up. Israel owned it. It wasn't this man, so I can
It's
say
just
it.
people
He
that are
wouldn't have given it
online
up.
too
I know
much,
him
yeah.
pretty well. There's no way. They took oceanfront property and they gave it
Jajex, you're right, but you're not allowed to say it.
to people for peace. How did that work out? Not good.
Is the immigration, sorry, Mr. President, is the immigration plan still on the agenda?
Which immigration?
From Gaza. From Gaza.
All it is a concept that I had that I think is good, and now people are copying it. You know, maybe do you want to tell? People are talking about the Trump plan. Gee, why don't we do that? Would you like to answer that question?
I think what the president talked about is, first of all, to give people a choice. You know, Gaza.
Oh, yes, you're very famous for giving people a fucking choice, you piece of shit.
Gazans were closed in. And any other place, including in arenas of battle, I mean, whether it's Ukraine or Syria or any other place, people could leave. Gaza was the only place where they locked them in. We didn't lock them in.
It was people who didn't vote, Captain Buggy. It wasn't any of that. It was just people who didn't vote. 84 million people didn't vote.
A choice. Now, we've been talking, including over lunch.
You're legally not allowed to say that. That's actually illegal, not just like a Fed post, like not just a TOS thing, comrade. Then you're legally not allowed to say that. Stop Fed posting. I know you guys hate them. Just talk about what they're saying, not what they're doing. I hate strategic voting when we need a violent uprising. I can say that.
Won't go into them right now.
You should be fucking scared. You should be fucking terrified. It's not even just that it's anti-Semitic. It, like, in the thing, it says you are not allowed to compare contemporary Israeli politics to, modern Israeli politics to contemporary Nazis. You're just not allowed to.
You know, if Gazans want to leave, we want to.
It's anti-zombie. Yeah, zombie. Use the right words.
This is the right thing to do.
Yeah, the right thing to do to murder children.
To rebuild Gaza. In the meantime, people can have an option. The president has a vision. Countries are responding to that vision. We're working on it. I hope we'll have good news for you.
Well, you know how I feel about it.
We already watched this one. Oh yeah, the real estate.
You know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible.
Hold on. Why do I have so many of these open? Wait, I'm missing one. I'm missing the worst one, actually. Here.
I mean, as an example, I said to them, was there any sign of love? You were there.
This is him talking about Israeli hostages.
10 people. It's only 10, but it's pretty representative.
It's evil.
Did Hamas show any signs of, like...
Just don't say Nazi, say evil. Don't say zombie. Don't direct it at them. Just you learn how to work around the law.
Help or liking you. Did they wink at you? Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like, you know, you think of doing, like what happened in Germany, what happened elsewhere?
Yes, yes, you know, the Nazis in Germany were famous for giving people, you know, bread and food and room service in their camps. When will there be the first dirty bomb? Feel like we cranked up the heat on well, like, The thing is, no, that's not a Fed post. That's a real question. There is quite a real risk of a terrorist attack that happens in America right now. I just don't think it's going to come from the people. I think that it will be used to justify further action.
People would try and help people that were in unbelievable distress.
It's not a false flag either. I'm not saying the government will do it. I'm saying they will allow it to happen.
They said no. I said all of them.
Like October 7th.
Did they ever wink at you like, you'll be okay? You're going to be okay? No, they didn't do that. They'd slap us. The hatred is...
Trump, I said to the former hostages, was there any sign of love? Did Hamas show you any signs of like help or liking you? Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side like what happened in Germany? This is what the president just said. Can we acknowledge that?
Was there any sign of love? You were there, 10 people. It's only 10, but it's pretty representative. Did the Hamas show any signs?
Yeah, Lennon, genuinely, I'll kick you for the day.
Like help or liking you? Did they wink at you?
You're right.
Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like you think of doing?
You're gonna get me arrested. You're gonna get me airstriked. Thank you, Chard Spork. You're genuinely a fucking legend. I don't know what I would do without you at this point. So, back to Iran now. We're gonna go to war.
About this. A lot of people think that those talks are not going to lead anywhere because the Iranians will never give up.
Sure. I think that's a possibility too.
If diplomacy fails, is the United States under your leadership ready to take military action to destroy the Iranian nuclear program and remove this threat?
I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger. And I hate to say it.
It is, I know. It's not going to get
Have a
easier.
nuclear weapon.
I'm a bit on edge at the moment. I've had timed out more people today than in the last week combined. Today's a bad day. I know, guys. I'm suffering mentally as much as all of you. I know the risk is mainly on Visora, but if y'all Fed post risking me at all, I'm out and I'm active organizer and deep. No, you don't understand. They would come for me and everyone in chat. Lennon, it's their interpretation. That's the law, is how they interpret it.
It's not a complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is.
Iran already does have one.
Right now we have countries that have nuclear power that shouldn't have it.
Like Israel.
But, I'm sure we'll be able to negotiate out of that too as part of this later on down the line. But Iran...
Whose nuclear weapons does he want to take away?
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Pakistan, probably.
If the talks are
it's Pakistan, 100%.
Successful, I actually think it'll be a very bad day for...
Well, like Iran, yes, but like he said other countries have them that we need to negotiate out of. He's talking about Pakistan because Modi is a big, supporter of him. It's okay, Lennon. Sorry. I know if it's hard not to Fed post, I don't blame you for leaving today, but genuinely learn to feel comfort in the discomfort. Remember what I said last stream. We have 6 B-2 bombers out of the 20 that we have, so a third of our fleet. We have at least 30 F-35s, 8 A-10s, and 2 carrier strike groups, as well as 3 THAAD Patriot missile batteries, all shipped into the Middle East in the last 2 weeks. There's reports now that we took control of an airbase in Afghanistan because the Taliban asked us to, which would give us a spot right to the east of Iran to also have double-pronged attack there. Israel has wiped out all of Syria's air defenses and can now fly their fueling planes near the border of Iraq, which means their F-35s can go and strike into Iran, come back, get fueled, and come back in. So, it's looking pretty bad right now. Right.
World news now. Iranian officials say they are approaching this weekend's talks with the United States over its...
It's World War III, Space Monkey. I've been literally saying all of this is going to happen for a year.
Nuclear program with
little... Although, except Iran took me off guard because this makes no sense from the fascist perspective. Like, if I was Hitler in America, I'd be going for Greenland, not Iran. Also, China's going to invade Taiwan in the next 2 weeks, or months rather. In fact, they might have started. WION is Indian news, and they're not particularly reliable. Like, they're propaganda, but they don't often outright lie. And it looks like there's more drills happening, or at least like they might have actually started.
Bureau report,
the fact that we pulled a carrier strike group out of the Pacific while we haven't gotten our chip manufacturing back to America means we're going to go to conflict with China as well, and they're going to kick our ass.
Confidence in progress and deep suspicions over Washington's intentions. Donald Trump announced yesterday that the two sides had agreed to direct talks in Oman about the weapons for the first time in nearly a decade. Well, Tehran has pushed back early Tuesday, saying there would be indirect talks. Trump's unexpected announcement came a day after Iran dismissed direct negotiations on a new deal to curb the country's nuclear program, calling the idea pointless. Well, let's take a listen to what the Iranian foreign minister has been saying.
If the other side shows enough of the necessary goodwill, a deal can be reached. In the end, the ball is in America's court. If the other side comes to Amman with real determination, we will certainly get results.
The thing is, Ilirda, I don't think we can do all of it. If we do Iran, and the economy's continuing as is, China continuing to strengthen, Europe moving away from us, we might actually, like, my dream of accelerate the decline of America to the point where, like if Germany couldn't. Germany could, but because they were able to change their system to a war economy, to only manufacturing of weapons, we're bringing manufacturing jobs back, and we're going to build robots for them. We don't have people to do that. It takes time to do that. We need money and time to do that. We don't have this. We have none. We have no money, no time, and no laborers to do this. It would require us to use slave labor. Now, we're going to try, but it won't be enough. We won't be able to start up our war economy for years. And by then, like, everyone else will have built more defenses. This is like if Hitler crashed the economy 3 months after gaining power to the point where he couldn't build it up again.
These negotiations will...
Especially because the main difference between Nazi Germany and Nazi America is that in Nazi Germany, the #1 priority was nationalism, hatred of others. In America, that's #2. We have capital on top. And capital consumes. We won't be able to do the true fascism because the capital is going to go above it.
Will be conducted indirectly, and we will not accept any other form of negotiation.
This doesn't look good. Oh, by the way, we keep firing more senior generals. Remember, 11, 12 days until martial law is likely declared. And the last time they tried to shoot live rounds at protesters, it was the generals that said no. We've purged quite a lot of them, and now we're purging more. Won't be able to consume as well. Oh, America's fucked, man. Like, food-wise, go stock up today. The tariffs are hitting in what? An hour? In 10 minutes. An hour and 10 minutes until the 104% tariffs on China hit, as well as, I believe, the rest of the blanket tariffs. Those others start on the 12th of April, or they start today at midnight?
In the midst of trying to shrink the federal budget, the Trump administration and the government, rather, the Trump administration is unveiling its $1 trillion Pentagon budget. CBS News is learning at least 9 top military officials have been fired, including another top-ranking woman.
Troops were sent to D.C. with full combat loads, live ammo. They just put up new fences outside the White House.
Let's bring in CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata, who's joining me live from the Pentagon.
It'll hurt more
hi,
if
Charlie.
you. It will hurt more if you wait, Shard Spork. It will hurt more if you wait.
Who is this Navy Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield, and why was she fired?
Well, she is or was one of the point people to NATO, so that is a sort of 2-for-1 because it also speaks to a sort of U.S.
I'm shocked.
engagement with NATO. But let me read the exact statement. This comes from Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell. Secretary Hegseth has removed U.S. Navy Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield from her position as a U.S. representative to NATO's military committee due to a loss of confidence in her ability to lead. The Defense Department is grateful for her many years of service. That is where the statement ends. However, as you mentioned, this is the 9th individual, either a female or a person of color, who has been removed from one of these senior positions, most notably Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Remember, they literally, I just covered the Navy removed 400 books that were about white supremacy and racism. Like any
General C.Q. Brown was removed. The head of the Navy, Chief Naval Officer Lisa Franchetti, female, obviously, she was removed.
Hey, remember when Hegseth said that he doesn't believe that women should be in the military, and then everyone like asked him at his hearing, and he's like, no, I don't believe that anymore.
In the past, Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield has been criticized for statements that she has made that were considered.
They don't want women to have rights. They don't want like freedom for women. They want property.
Woke because they were sort of pro-diversity.
The fucking woke Reich.
This is a trend, and we expect more, sort of hit list of individuals who might be considered by Defense Secretary Hegseth, or to a larger degree by President Trump himself, as a sort of DEI hire or DEI promotion.
They want rape. They literally said that during the election, too. A lot of the people on Twitter were literally saying this.
The other news, Charlie, out of the Pentagon is that they are looking to lay off thousands more individuals. What can you tell us about that?
Well, so Secretary Hegseth said there'd be between 50 to 60,000.
By the way, the reason they're okay with removing soldiers from the military is because they plan to replace them with robots.
Civilian layoffs.
Just like your jobs.
And this was announced a few weeks ago, and it had to sort of been brought back a little bit because there are lawsuits involved, and there's also having to do with military readiness. But another kind of surprise announcement that came out of the blue yesterday is at a time of cutbacks, President Trump announced that there would be a budget of $1 trillion here at the Pentagon. And that is a significant rise from the 800.
They're going to have AI do all the war planning. You know that, right, Ilirda? Because, like, Israel already does this. They're going to have fucking Grok is going to be making the war plans.
$192 billion that's already in place. So the question might be...
Well, actually, no, it'll be Sentient doing it, because I forgot. We already do have... It's not Sentient. And no, this one's not shit. With the U.S. military, I've shown this before, has an AI called Sentient. It's a span of 9 satellites around the Earth, and it makes its own decisions. It doesn't take any instructions from the Pentagon. It gives... Don't forget about Sentient. It's fucking terrifying. Here, actually, while I go pee. USA military satellite. Here, learn about it while I go pee.
Must be.
Whoops, sorry, that was also loud.
There are 8 billion people who exist in the world today, and they are being watched by things that aren't human. You are being watched right now by metallic eyes that orbit far above you, outside our planet's atmosphere. But they do not just watch you from space. They're in your computer. They listen through your phone. Even right now, as you're watching this video, be advised, something is watching you back. They examine the patterns of what you buy, of where you go, of what you search for on Google, all the data that exists in the world about you. They attempt to scrutinize. They are AI. And they are here to stay. To some degree, AI is an aspect of modern society that we've come to accept as normal, even if we're a little uncomfortable about it. But if you think we're talking about only commercial AI today, the algorithms that companies try to use to convince you to buy things, you're wrong. There is something that governments have been developing that exists at a level of power and complexity above that. Military-grade AI, the sort used by surveillance agencies and battlefield operators. Hidden in hard drives in a secret, remote location in America, there is one AI in particular we are going to look at. Its name? Sentient. Its goal? To predict the future. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we discuss the classified AI that America is using in its space-based spy programs. One that has so much autonomy, it doesn't just receive data from satellites, it actually directs them.
They are unfortunately probably in the room with us right now. Yeah, it's probably in Pine Gap too.
What can Sentient do? And what does it mean for humanity's future, both in this world and off it?
Here.
Or beneath it? And the sort of AI is interesting observations for humans to take a closer look at. Only, AI doesn't care whether we're above the microscope or beneath it. And the sort of AI that are being used to look at the actions of humans are becoming much more powerful than the ones looking at the stars. Which is why you may find yourself in the uncanny situation of talking about a subject with your friend, and then suddenly you find adverts for that same subject
let's take
on
this
your
a
phone,
step further.
Actually tipping off anyone who happens to see their phone. But what happens if we're not just talking about businesses, but governments? Then the means of information gathering become much more vast, and the stakes much higher. Governments like the US are interested in protecting the lives of their citizens from foreign threats. And being able to form a digital profile of persons of interest can be the difference between a bomb threat being prevented or hundreds of lives being lost. So governments will use every trick in the book to gain as much information as possible. Google searches, shipping patterns, spy satellite images and video,
No, this has been
financial transactions.
They've talked about this. It's not allegedly. It's in the video, in fact. There's US officials confirming that this exists. We just, we only know a little bit about it. Automated learning adaptation.
With the ability to direct satellites to locations of interest.
Oh, yeah.
Again, a lot of the information about it is classified
I went too far.
AI.
I went too far.
AI, like Sentient, are not just able to analyze data to spot patterns. Sentient is an automated, learning, adapting AI with the ability to direct satellites to locations of interest. Again, a lot of the information about it is classified, but the NRO in 2016 did release some information about it, revealing some clues as to its abilities. Sentient is described in this document as data ingesting and processing, meaning specialists will feed it vast quantities of data. It is sense-making, meaning it will evaluate the data itself to try to discern patterns of behavior in what it's seeing. If a foreign power's jets are normally stationed in one airbase, and suddenly they're congregating at another near the border of a neighboring nation, Sentient can conclude that they might be about to launch an attack. And then Sentient can take that one step further. Rather than just flag what is identified as interesting, Sentient is able to direct satellites to photograph certain locations to fill in gaps in its knowledge. That's where the learning, adapting part comes in. Once the satellites are in place and Sentient can see what they see, it'll evaluate the data and try to predict where it needs to go next. The whole process is completely automated.
I wonder what else it can do. But don't forget about that. We're withdrawing US troops from Europe as well. Oh, cool. No. Yeah, we need to no longer be stressed about DEFCON 1. Cheers, Sentient. We are DEFCON 1. We're the fucking threat.
Where the Trump administration is considering two major proposals that could have significant implications for America's relationship with its partners and its neighbors. According to 6 U.S. and European officials briefed on the matter, the Trump administration is weighing a proposal to withdraw thousands of U.S. troops from Europe, raising concerns about the continued aggressive stance the administration appears to be taking toward its European allies, especially...
I don't know if Trump knows about Sentient, but Hegseth definitely does.
...against the backdrop of Russia's continued assault on Ukraine.
On it, but he's...
Separately, the administration is also looking at carrying out possible drone strikes on Mexican drug cartels
Oh yeah, drone strikes on Mexican drug cartels are back on the table.
Amps up its efforts to combat criminal gangs and drug trafficking. Joining me now, NBC News senior national security
Do you
correspondent.
guys see why I'm fucking terrified? I'm crashing out for a reason.
Courtney Kube at the Pentagon. She had the exclusive reporting on both of these stories. So, Courtney, what more do we know about this proposal to reduce the U.S. force posture in Europe? Is there consensus within the Pentagon on this proposal?
There's not. And what we do know is that this is consistent with what we've heard out of the Trump administration, frankly, since inauguration and probably even before that. And that is their effort here to make Europe take a larger part of their own defense of Europe. We heard
we're in the fucking cyberpunk timeline. You want to hear a one of the generals actually speak about it, about why he thinks it's a stupid fucking idea? Here. Oh, sorry, it's not a video. It's an article. And it's from Politico. Cool. That's gonna let me read it for once. U.S. European Command Chief General. We actually listened to him talk. We listened to his whole thing about Russia. House Armchair Mike Rogers criticized the possibility of reducing American military footprint in Europe, including the U.S. stepping down from command of NATO forces. But on the continent, he accused some at the DoD of trying to steer the military resource away from Europe to hurt national security. But he did credit President Trump with forcing NATO allies to ramp up their defense. That's so he doesn't get disappeared. But he's right. People in the DoD who want to steer away from Europe to hurt national security. You guys should hear this. This was a speech that a Ukrainian official gave.
3 years old was Timothy, who was killed in Kryvyi Rih on the playground last week. Just imagine he was born under Russian missiles. He was born after the start of Russian full-scale invasion. And all his short life.
I know we're jumping around a bit and it's hard to care about Russia when we looked at everything we did in America, but you have to remember that all of this is working together. It's all interconnected. Nothing is separate.
3 years he lived in the war. He didn't know what other reality exists. And when he was 3 years old, he was killed by Russian missile. It happened because Ukraine is not protected from Russian missile attacks, and they are killing absolutely deliberately civilians, like that time in Kryvyi Rih when they killed 19 people, including 9 children.
We looked at this last week.
One more fact. 39 seconds. 39 seconds exactly 1 year ago, Russian missile was in airspace of Poland. And Poland did not intercept it. And then Minister of Defense of Poland came and said, you know, after 39 seconds in our airspace, Russian missile returned back to Ukraine. That's it. Tell me how it can be. What is this saying to Putin? How much it emboldens Putin to kill more and more and more.
It's not just
even
Putin.
when
It's not just Putin either. Every time this happens, it emboldens every fascist in the world, every fascist government. India, North Korea, China, America, Israel, all of us get emboldened when no one does anything. Stand the fuck up and do something.
Russian missile entered European airspace, Europe was waiting when it will come back to Ukraine. Maybe to kill somebody, maybe not. How you can explain this to me? I can't. It's the time to act, especially now, especially when you see what's happening with American support. We need decisions from Europe. It's all these summits talking, all these.
I feel like I can't focus on Europe right now. Shit, I'm doing it now. It's hard for me to think about Europe when we just looked at everything we did. Like, there will be American citizens that can get put into gulags with no repercussions. Nothing can, like, we're in the Fourth Reich. That's what it is. I need you all to mentally accept that, and that this is the future for us. This one will give you some feels. This mother, this building got hit with a Russian missile, and the only reason her kid survived is because she laid on top of the kid as the entire building collapsed on her. They were trapped there. The woman's also pregnant.
Выстрелов было где-то 6, может 8. Это вот с этого дома, который разрушился. Прямо в него привезли.
They hit it directly. This is our future. We're gonna be doing this stuff. That's us. You know why? Because this is what Trump says when he's asked about it.
Who will participate, and where are we in terms of making progress in terms of peace? We're talking to Russia. We'd like him to stop. I don't like the bombing. The bombing goes on, and every week thousands of young people are being killed. And it's a horrible thing that should have never started, would have never started.
We're all on board. We're with it. $1 trillion balance, budget for the military. What do you think that does? What do you think that means? Oh, this was cool. Marco Rubio's bodyguard got arrested in Brussels for behaving erratically and screaming at hotel staff when refused to open the bar beyond its normal hours. I don't know, man. I can't do Europe today. It's too much right now. Let's see what the fuck is happening. That's pretty much what I had. Gonna cut American healthcare to fund American bombs. Yeah. But to be fair, Europe's doing the same thing. Europe's cutting social programs and stuff like that to fund their defense instead of taxing the rich. I'm sorry. I'm kind of speechless right now. I'm looking for other things as well. I went through my list, so looking to see what's happening. Feel free to link me stuff if you have anything you want to look at. Oh, this is funny.
Welcome back. President Donald Trump's tariffs could impact the cost of a variety of all kinds of things, including your iPhone. The president's currently proposed tariffs on China total 54%, which could increase the cost of Apple's newest iPhone model by nearly $300. China is one of the world's biggest electronics manufacturers. And
fuck this. I actually have something like positive for a second. So there is a new group of women, femme, NB Twitch streamers that are on the left that are coming together and forming, you know, a group. It's called the Fetch Microplastics. I don't know where the name came from, but it was made by Complainy Laney. And there's some pretty basic creators on here. And I think you should go and check out the link tree and maybe drop some of them a follow. I'm on the list as well, but, you know. Cool. Can we do some Hogwatch? Absolutely. Do you want to watch the lawyer tell ICE to fuck off? That's the only thing I have that's not TOS. I mean, to be fair, I can make things that are TOS, not TOS, but sure. I'm looking to see what's happening live. Bernie Sanders is talking. Just, like, nice, but, like, that's not gonna cut it for me right now. Let's have a look. Thank you.
Hanging out in front of my client's house, so we're gonna see what's up. Oh, it's too early for this, y'all. What's going on? Who do y'all represent? Who do y'all represent? Who are you? I'm the family lawyer here.
Okay, you guess my identification.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you represent?
HSI, Homeland Security Investigations.
All right, what's going on?
We need to talk to her, make sure she's doing okay.
Who? That's not her.
I work for her.
Yeah.
We're looking for Amy.
For what?
We're doing a welfare check on her to make sure she's doing okay. That's
What's the basis?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
These guys look shady as fuck. CPL, them def just look like muscle for the mob. Mob ask up. Donald Trump is Tony fucking Soprano, but like worse, because Tony Soprano at least had like a soul.
Okay. Yeah. Immigration court case has been closed by the judge. We're just waiting on a. What are we waiting on?
Just for the priority date.
Priority date for her green card.
She can request her green card.
Perfect. We still need to talk to her.
Okay, I can set up an appointment at my office. We can do that.
Perfectly fine. You got a card?
Nah, but I can give you my name and number.
I found a funny video. I don't know how good it is.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. She's around somewhere, I'm assuming.
The account's called Dark Brandon, so we're gonna give it a go.
Okay, so now you need to talk to the sponsor too. You say you need to talk to her. Now, who you need to talk to, so I can set you up. Because I'm trying to prevent you all from coming back into this neighborhood. You understand? And she's doing fine. I don't know what. Again, I know what you're here for. I don't know if this is the first time this has ever happened. So this must be a new policy.
They're all fucking creeps. These are all demons and ghouls. There's like 2 demons that lead the squad, and the rest are ghouls.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today.
Very strong case of why MAGA voters are stupid. Let's have a look.
You know, it's April of 2025, and once again, millions of Americans have voted to have their faces eaten by me, Steve, the face-eating leopard. But I must say, business is booming. With all that being said, now would be a good time to reflect. And so, if we look to one of our most popular videos, a video titled, "A Very Strong Case Why MAGA Voters Are Stupid."
But we're going to tariff our pharmaceuticals, and once we do that, they're going to come rushing back into our country because we're the big market. The advantage we have over everybody is that we're the big market. So we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals, and when they hear that, they will leave China, they will leave other places because they have to sell. Most of their product is sold here. But we're going to
Stupid.
We
In
were
that
the big
video,
market,
Steve tried to tell you the history of the Republican Party.
Whoa, oopsie. I closed the wrong fucking link. Whatever, you know what? That one bored me anyway. Look, guys, I might just, I need you to understand that the way out of this, the way through this, for you personally, is community. I need you all to take in the fact that your food is about to get a lot more expensive. Everything you engage with in your life is going to get more expensive. Food, medicine, cars, computers, your games, your iPad, your fucking job is disappearing. People are getting laid off left and right. They're going to replace people's jobs with robots. I need you to go and talk to your fucking neighbors. Go, I don't care how much it costs, go bake some fucking cookies and knock on some doors and offer people a cookie and say, hey, we need to start community building. It is getting insane. You need to engage in methods that will help you and other people. Like I said, it's going to get hot in the summer. It's fucking cold in the winter. Make friends so that people can heat one house or cool one house and rotate it on a schedule rather than everyone having to pay money for their own house to be cooled or heated. You need to find a way to work together to grow some fucking food. Go find an empty lot and get the community to pitch in money together to buy it and turn it into a community garden. Create a group chat where everyone, your friends and your family have their addresses in a PDF file so that it's a 911 group chat that any message sent here means show up to my house right the fuck now. Help me. You need to create community supports, community protection. If you have a gun and you know how to use it, maybe form a militia. Look at what the people in Ohio did after the Nazis came. It worked. Again, I've showed this video so many times, but it's always worth showing.
Turn now to one community in Ohio, which is now the center of a growing national debate about civil rights, hate speech, and the Second Amendment. NBC News correspondent and NBC News
guilt trip for votes. Republicans make everyone paranoid for votes. What a joyous world. There are no more votes, Tyler. If that makes you happier, there's no more votes.
Now daily anchor Morgan Radford visited the town of Lincoln Heights, where residents have formed an armed community defense group in the wake of a neo-Nazi rally. Morgan joins us now. You were there just on Tuesday. What did the residents tell you about what's going on?
Yeah, I was there just this week. John, it was fascinating because what's interesting is that this town was founded during
owners
or soldiers.
Your business owners, your fathers,
This
your
is what I want you
sons,
to do.
daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch Program. It's a duty. Okay, let's go. The duty, protecting their neighborhood, the majority black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio.
You want to know what broke my heart?
After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying rifles, waving swastikas, and hurling racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school. At the time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
First African-American community above the Mason-Dixon line of
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was more chilling because the town was founded in the 1920s as a safe haven for black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home. If somebody broke into your home, you call the police, and the police says, you know, if they do it again, we haven't broken any law, so we're just going to allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
Are you worried at all that having a potentially armed response could just create...
No laws broken? Yeah, that's not illegal. That's actually the point of the Second Amendment, Tyler. That literally is the Second Amendment. That's why it exists.
I was just talking to my 30-year-old
This is what
son.
broke my heart. And she's right. This is true.
And I said to him, I'm not sure if we are just addicted to our rage about the situation because we keep saying all these horrible things are happening to everybody and we're going, this is, you know, Germany, all these things, and we're not stopping it. We're not like putting everything down and stopping it. But everyone's saying like the end is nigh, but we're not doing anything about it. Yeah, we're doing some protests, but we're not stopping it. Because if it really is what we're saying it is, we're not stopping it. And I said, so I start to feel like maybe we're just addicted to the rage and blaming everybody.
That's fucking racist,
yelling
Tyler.
At MAGA, yelling at everyone else, and that's
every
just
single
enough.
person there was doing the right thing.
And he said, Mom, we don't think you guys will do anything about this. We don't think that this will change. We think it will just go into whatever. And I said, so you think we're addicted to the rage? He said, what I know is you guys never stopped the school shootings. You made us all live through those our whole lives. We don't think you'll fix anything. You didn't stop that. You guys could have surrounded those schools. Those laws would have been changed immediately. You could have just pulled all your kids from school for a week, for a month. He's like,
that worked for people who didn't want to vaccinate their kids.
You guys didn't do anything. You just yell and scream and blame. He said, yeah, you're addicted to your rage, and you're just going to let us fend for ourselves, and you're going to let the minorities fend for themselves, and no one's going to do anything because the rage is enough for all of you.
You guys could have voted for I mean, to be fair, a lot of the people in here did. So.
I was just talking.
But there was a lot that could have been done, and no one did it. I don't even, like, not even just electorally. Well before Kamala, we could have stopped this. This has been happening for a decade. We should have put all of these people in prison on January 7th, but we didn't. Why the fuck would anyone believe us that we're going to do anything about this, ever?
Come on, everybody, buy a Tesla, buy a Tesla. Gotta get Daddy Elon out the red into the green. Buy your own exploding cars now. I wouldn't get caught dead in a pussymobile, but hey, to each their own.
And ketamine. I mean, comedy.
These are the fucking morons.
I can send you the war plans on Discord. Yeah, we're definitely carpet bombing some country full of brown people wearing flip-flops, dude. I don't give a fuck which one, they're all the same. Can we not have a Jeff in Celestial 3? Dude, can you not throw my fucking games?
I have access to the nuclear codes. I will literally drop a predator missile on your mom's house if you don't switch.
I think in order to help the children, we should remove the phones from the schools. The kids shouldn't have phones in school. When the children are exposed to phone radiation at a young age, that leads to transgenderism, as studies show. Did someone say transgender? They're making the mice transgender. They're making great.
This is what we allowed. This is the country.
How do we make sure that these gains are properly distributed and we get out of this awful slump of stagnating living standards?
Socialism.
It's just as simple as that, is it? Where you just need proper socialist leadership.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the answer.
How do
That's the fucking answer. But you got to build it from the bottom up, and we have no power, no base, no foundation. The left can't agree with each other. Look at how many people had to get muted in chat today. How many people... I probably lost more followers than I gained today. Because of people getting pissy that they got muted for 10 minutes because they couldn't work together. I'm just as deep in this shit as anyone, trust me. Yeah, I know, but you're also part of the problem. So am I. We all engage in both the good and the bad. Because none of us are able to do it. People can't work with people they disagree with against the demons. And so we're here. And they did that on purpose. They got us here. They created the system that we can't work together. Yeah, tonight's pharma news is devastating. I did look at it. If you have a video on it that's like longer, I'll put it on. But this is the way to fix it.
We make sure that these gains are properly distributed
This is
and we
about
get
AI
out
and
of this
everything.
awful slump of stagnating living standards.
Socialism.
It's just as simple as that, is it? Where you just need proper socialist leadership.
Yep.
Okay.
We're also seemingly unable to focus for 5 fucking seconds? Well, I mean, that's this. That's why I say smartphones should be illegal. I want to go back to dumb phones. At the very least, you shouldn't be able to have one of these till you're 25. They're literally... This is drugs. You guys understand that, right? This website is drugs. So is YouTube. So is Twitch. So is Instagram. So is Facebook. They're drugs. We're a drug-addicted, sick nation. That's fine. I still think it should be illegal. These things are the reason that we can't focus. These things are the reason we can't even think for ourselves. We're all chasing dopamine. We're all addicted to the feeling this gives you. And thank you, Tyler. I respect that. Go talk to people around you in person. People don't act the same in person as they do online. People are much easier to convince, to work with in person. Stop being mad at people you disagree with to the point where you're unwilling to work with them. I disagree with a lot of the ideologies in my community, and yet I'm able to do this. Work on it. Learn to feel discomfort and be comfortable in it. These are basic things that we should be teaching children. That's why it feels so boring and fundamental. These are things that you should learn when you're in fucking elementary school. I don't have anything else to say today. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry for being shitty. I recognize that I don't know shit, but me saying the wrong thing is how I learn or at least gain some perspective. See, but Tyler, you fuck around. You're not, you don't come in here to argue with people. You just come in here to fuck around and you learn. You've been here since, the beginning. You're one of, my oldest followers, so. There's a movie called Cabaret that perfectly outlines this. I've heard of that, actually. It was made in 1966, based on a novel written in 1937. It's literally the same story over and over again. Actually, you know what? We're gonna watch a fucking cyberpunk lore video again. I watched this yesterday, and it's actually creepily on point, even though it's entirely unrelated to the situation. It somehow brings us to where we are. It's weird. Just trust me. Give this 5 minutes, and you'll see. how the USSR survived in the cyberpunk timeline. It didn't. It collapsed. This is a different USSR. It reforms into the United Sovereign Socialist Republics or some shit. But this is about the fall of America in 2025, going to war with Latin America, trade wars with Europe. Like, it's fucking Mike Pondsmith is a time traveler.
In our last
Let's have
video,
some
we
fun.
looked
I don't
into
know.
the USA and how they ultimately collapsed.
I don't want
their
to turn the stream off because I'm in a shitty mood, and then I'm gonna sit here alone and just moping. Like I mean, I can go outside and like go for a walk or some shit, but like I still have energy that I need to get out. So, but thank you. I love you guys too. And you're fine, Headless Chicken.
Once one of the biggest superpowers in all of the world, they were now just a normal country, trying to unite its people and survive what the international scene was doing, trying to challenge the powers of Japan and Europe. However, this time we are going to look into another once superpower country, this one being a lot bigger in size, but in the year of 2077 is also pretty weak financially and heavily.
And Tyler, just stop watching Asmongold. Like, I'll show Asmongold on this channel every time, like, he says something particularly stupid so I can make fun of him.
Dependent on its oil
But I do
industry
appreciate
and
that
its
I'm the
mega
big brain.
corporation of Sov Oil. This country being the USSR, yes, the country that supposedly collapsed in 1989 when the Berlin Wall collapsed.
Thank you, Weasel Waggle, Wagon, Wibbler.
You guys broke up. Yes, that's what we wanted you to think.
This is, like, weirdly on point.
Now named as the Union of Sovereign Soviet Republics,
You
there are
guys are
some
awesome.
differences in the way they behave now and their relations with other countries of the world. So in today's video, we will be looking into how the USSR ultimately survived the collapse of communism in 1989 and what they've been up to for almost 90 years. This is the story
Yeah,
of
why
how
do you
the
want to hear
USSR
the Nazi
survived
side?
within the cyberpunk
Why do you care?
universe.
You see plenty of it on my stream anyway. It's just brain rot.
When the USSR went
Music
into
for this
the
game
end of
is
the
so good.
1980s, their economy was at the lowest it had been in many years. People were starving on the streets, the population were living in dire conditions, and many of the occupied areas were fighting back against their higher-ups. The Western world was winning ultimately, and it was becoming apparent to the USSR premier
such a
of the
good
time,
soundtrack.
Mikhail Gorbachev, that things needed to change dramatically if they were to continue to survive. With that, Gorbachev, after the Berlin Wall fell, lessened all Soviet influence over Eastern Europe to make sure their military funds weren't maxed out. When that was done, he changed the whole nature of the Soviet state, reforming everything about it, turning it from the Soviet Union to the Soviet Federation, and in turn allowed all of its members to become sovereign countries, bringing about a new era for this collection of countries and saved it from collapsing completely. This was also helped by the European Economic Community, who stepped in
here's
to
where this
help the
comes in.
Soviets with their economic situation. For years,
The real difference here would be, instead of Europe wants to help the Russians, America wants to help the Russians. Just flip that, but everything else pretty much
US National Security Council,
lays
aka the NSC, had been making sure the Soviets got no help at all in terms of finances, food, resources, or anything for the people of the eastern states, as they were still believing that they were of an evil ideology,
more
and with
moderate
it
right.
also encouraged all of their NATO allies to follow the same, even though many in Europe
get
were
it, though.
witnessing communities starving and living on the streets, and the numbers were growing day in, day out. The EEC, however, had fully formed during this point and
the
had the
EEC
opportunity
being
to
the
stand
like bigger EU, like they evolved into the next level of the EU, where they're much more hyper capitalist, but they hold much more power. They're pretty much the powerhouse of the world.
up on its own and make its own decisions, and with it went against the US completely, sending a huge ton of food and aid to the Soviet states in 1992. This whole event massively helped the USSR survive and kept it going into the 90s and beyond, with them taking on the Eurodollar as the main source of currency, which was the EEC's brand new currency. The US would be furious by this betrayal, as they had just empowered their biggest enemy of the past 50 years, and because of it, the US and Europe would have an awful relationship for many years to come.
Literally the same thing, but flip the desires.
And it would ultimately lead to the crash of '94 and the US's full-on collapse, something we covered in their full history if you haven't watched that already. After Gorbachev left the office in that same decade, he would be succeeded by Andrei Gorbachev, who continued all of Gorbachev's work reforming everything put in place over the years since World War II. However, Gorbachev had one
Basically
major issue, and that was all
Russia
of the sovereign
into
countries
an
who were
oil
launching
economy
their own movements,
nothing
trying
else.
to distance themselves from the top dogs in Russia, and wanted more than just to be known as a sovereign country under the Soviet branch. That said, Gorbachev was able to see through that and ended up uniting all of the members of the Soviet Federation into the brand new USSR, this time standing for the Union of Sovereign Soviet Republics. This was a sort of compromise to the problems he was facing, as this new supranational union allowed each member state to direct their own army and have their own foreign policies. The one benefit of being a part of this republic—
This does sound like a pretty reasonable, because I've said this before, that if Putin was to die, Russia would break up into several smaller pieces led by several different groups in those regions, and they would have to try and either work together or war with each other. This is just a version of where that happens, but they all do work, you know, together. I like seeing people get along, me too.
was that it joined all of their economies together and formed their own free trade zone that brought together their oil and coal industries and had them all operate under one single administration. Ultimately, this would lead to the man known—
Tyler, most of the Russians in Russia, at least in like Moscow, St. Petersburg, big cities, know exactly what their government's doing.
Anatoly Novikovo to be named as the director of the State Oil Industries Subcommittee by Gorbachev himself. In his first act as director, he would bring in Yarno Kyrgyzstan, a fellow large oil director for Kazakhstan, and made him his new deputy director, bringing both of these countries' oil corporations together. And eventually, the committee was fully formed, and because of it, they were able to make sure all of the oil produced throughout the lands were owned by one single corporation, that being—
How's the how are you guys doing in Japan with everything happening with China and Taiwan?
Known as Soviet State Oil Industries. In 1997, the Soviets had enough power again to recover a lot of the oil fields that were lying within their federation. However, during the same time, Kerosov, the previous state-run oil industry, underwent massive changes and modernized completely. So much so that they started
the second
to
corporate war is probably more
the face
important.
of the fuel industry after creating—
Oh, by the way, like, corporate wars are a thing that I don't really see how they would work in real life because they would just buy each other. But if it came to a state in which every corporation was basically like a mini country, and it is in this, mega corporations, like Japan is run by Arasaka. There is no Japan without Arasaka. Militech is the United States government type thing.
A new product of the Chu-2,
it's the privatization of government.
Alternative that was made out of high sugar wheat and yeast that would power all forms of vehicle from cars to planes and military hardware. Sovoil would drop in sales because of the rise in Chu-2, but were in a position to negotiate with the other corporation to grab the recipe and create it for themselves to sell out in their territory and on the international scene. Ultimately, Biotechnica were just the creators of this new fuel source. They weren't in the oil industry, so were willing to sell it to the third parties like Sovoil. However, this deal with Biotechnica came with a major consequence. Just before this deal, Sovoil was making a deal with the US-backed Petrochem, who were about to sell them brand new drilling equipment, pumping and Chu-2 technology in exchange for granting them partial drilling rights on their vast Siberian oil fields, which were yet to be harvested by anyone. Sovoil decided to go against Petrochem at the last second and left them completely blindsided as they quickly signed the deal with Biotechnica for the Chu-2 rights. And because of that, a massive rift formed between the two corporations.
And again, corporations are like states in this theoretical like reality, in which like is not all that unreasonable. If we're going to privatize everything, and that is what we're doing, this is the result of that.
To a boiling point just before 2010, when the two finally fought each other in what was known as the Second Corporate War. The trigger was at first the deal going behind Petrochem's backs, but then in 2007, when both corporations looked to expand out into the South China Sea, seeing that their opposition was trying to go for the same land they were going for, the two got extremely heated at each other and tension was at an all-time high. And eventually, that tension turned to aggression, and by April 2008, the Second Corporate War had officially begun. The starting point of the war was when the offshore platform owned by Petrochem named the Sabino Bravo exploded. Not knowing why, Petrochem immediately accused SovOil of using explosives on it to remove it from the land. This kicked off a series of events which involved public verbal battles between diplomats who represented each corporation.
I'm more afraid of full-on civil war than anything. Russia's so far away. So this is not like, I'm not saying this in the case of Russia. I'm saying we are doing this in America, the privatization of government, that the US government might just be no more and we might end up living in Amazon land, Tesla land, and all of that. Yeah. And to be honest, at this point, I know you're going to disagree with me, but civil war would be preferable to this reality.
After these hostile communications broke down quite badly, Petrochem were the first to attack using their military divers to plant explosives on a SovOil platform to get their equal revenge for what SovOil had supposedly done to them. The military divers were successful and the platform was destroyed, kickstarting full-scale warfare. Oil facilities were obviously the main target for both of them, as this was their lifeline, and with these being their targets, both sides would see huge losses in just a matter of
Civil war would be better than nuclear war. That is true. Better than fascism.
With both losing around 75% of their oil facilities. After a year
of... You know what? Hold on. Let's go to the America one, eh?
The United States of America, a land full of hope, prosperity, and most importantly, freedom. A place that is a major force on the international scene and has allies in all corners of the world.
By the
At
way.
least it did after World War II. And now over the years in the cyberpunk timeline, it has sabotaged not only its economy, it has gone to war in once allied territory and neutral zones, tried to manipulate the stock markets, assassinated anyone that spoke out against them or had different goals, and caused major damage throughout the lands.
That's literally what we're doing. Literally what we're doing right now.
Of all of this, during the mid to late 90s, the USA would start to see major problems. Its people would start to turn their backs on their government, and their involvement in Europe and Asia would eventually lead to what was known as the crash of '94, and then the collapse of the United States of America as we know it. But how did the USA collapse? What led to the crash of '94, and how did the USA become so disliked in the cyberpunk universe? Well, in today's episode, we will be exploring all of that, as well as looking briefly into how the new United States of America
in 2025, there's also some wild shit happening in here.
America is no better even 70 years later. So if you do enjoy the video at any point, make sure you hit that like button as well as the subscribe button if you haven't already. And with that said, let's dive into the story behind how the USA collapsed in the cyberpunk universe.
We literally cut the program to keep the water clean. We're just privatizing everything, and this is the result of that.
Our story starts during the latter half of the Cold War in the 1980s. During this time, the US was struggling quite a bit more than is shown in the history books. This was all because the people of America had formed a new way of thinking, where their social norms in all fields would turn into a me-first attitude, especially...
Does that sound familiar?
On the world stage, making them an enemy in the eyes of many other countries. Most significant,
America first on the world stage, making them an enemy of other countries.
Europe and the UK's Commonwealth allies. As the year turned to 1989, Europe and the UK making them an enemy in the eyes of many other countries, most significantly Europe and the UK's Commonwealth allies. As the year turned to 1989, the Berlin Wall would officially come down, as the Cold War would officially come to an end, with the Soviet Union crumbling and forcing them to rethink their political system. The US wasn't much better during this time, however. They had used so many of their resources in their war to try and destroy the Soviet Union, and also got so many strongholds in Europe that their economy wasn't exactly great. Now, with all of this wrapped up, the US government looked for a new opportunity to grab some resources and funding and turn their attention to the Panama Canal, a hotspot.
Oh look, that's also familiar.
For all trade going into the Americas. By this point in time, the treaty between multiple countries for access to it had completely run out, and because of that, this whole area went back into the ownership of the Panamanian government. I mean, after all, it it was on their land. The US had other ideas about how this all worked, seeing it as a waste in the Panamanian government's hands. They decided that this was actually theirs for the taking and conducted a plan to take it for themselves. Here, the US government were going to state that this whole area was becoming a terrifying place that was a risk to national security, as it was a hotspot for tons of drug cartels who were bringing dangerous, life-threatening drugs into America's soil. This, of course, was a lie to try and get the American people to back this invasion, and it worked, sort of. As the American forces went in full throttle.
I'm sorry, it's too real. It's not my fault that Mike Pondsmith wrote this shit in the 80s.
Of the land, trying to take the Panama Canal and stick an American flag on it. Also to take it back from the Panama president, who was an ex-US puppet dictator who had turned his back on them. That said, Panama wasn't going to be an easy place to take, as all of the countries of Nicaragua, Honduras, and El Salvador came to their support, forming a guerrilla army taking the American troops out from the Honduran and Nicaraguan border. America didn't let that stop them, however.
He was off by a couple decades. Got some stuff wrong. Nicaragua's on our side. You can replace Nicaragua with Costa Rica.
They sent everything into this war, including new vehicles which charged into the forests, as well as cyber soldiers who were supposed to be walking tanks and were trained for these very situations of combating guerrilla warfare troops. At this same time, American forces were also fighting out within Iraq, sending in tons of troops, losing many in the process. And by 1991, this war would ultimately be won, but it came at a major price, as thousands of American forces would be killed in the name of freedom. Meanwhile, in Europe, they had gotten tired of this post-Cold War world, especially one where America had just started taking over any area they wanted to gain more economic power, and were paranoid that other countries were trying to take them from them. With this, in 1992, a few European countries came together.
We watched the fucking Commerce Secretary say that your jobs were going to get replaced by robots. Why wouldn't the military? Why do they have glowing LEDs on their camo? Are they stupid? I'm sure they would turn those off if they needed them.
And went on to form the European Economic Community that would also bring about a new currency they'd simply named the euro dollar, which quickly became the official currency for many European and non-European countries. Many things were set up within the EEC that ultimately protected all of its members and to help their economies grow in these uncertain times. And because of these things put into place, many agreed to join, which included France, Germany, Britain, Italy, Benelux, which was a combination of Belgium, Netherlands,
they were enhanced. That was MaxTac, wasn't it, Mystics? It doesn't matter though. Like, the point still remains is that, like, we tried to invade Latin America because we wanted Panama and the Panama Canal, and we got fucked up. That's the point that I'm really trying to make. It's the similarities being drawn. So far, this sounds terrifyingly similar.
Luxembourg, and the EEC even extended its invitation out to Japan, who accepted it, turning the yen into the euro dollar. In terms of the United States, they weren't even considered as part of this, as many of the European nations hated the paranoid isolationist attitude that they had turned themselves into. Not only that, but these European countries would hit back against America and what they were doing on the world stage by implementing tons of tariffs that essentially wrecked the American economy, making them even more paranoid and desperate. Ultimately, the US were the only superpower to not be involved in the EEC, going to show how on their own they really were. Granted, the EEC wasn't perfect, as many protested its setup, especially in the UK, where labour rights were on the rise. But overall, their economy was so much stronger than that of the US's. Not only that, but the EEC went against the US completely, as they would supply much needed food and aid to the Soviet states, who were still clinging on to some of their old ways. This act of kindness to the Soviets meant that they would actively choose to take on the eurodollar as their main source of currency, allowing the EEC's finances to increase even more. Fuming at everything that had been happening across the pond, the US knew they had to do something to make a statement and tried.
1:14. We have half-hour time zones in Australia, and I'm in South Australia. Close enough though, Denditso.
To prove that they were the biggest superpower in the world. Here, the group that had been behind all of the dodgy international dealings, known as the Gang of Four,
this is where we're headed, y'all. Like, I don't see, like, this is the setup is 1-to-1.
All of the heads of 4 agencies of the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, and the DEA started setting up plans to hit them hard within the stock markets in what would be named as the Quiet War. Here, the Gang of Four started to manipulate the stock market.
The Gang of Four is the deep state.
of Europe and Asia, as they would hack directly into their systems.
Remember,
On top of
every
that,
accusation is a
DEA
confession.
would also go on to release several designer plagues worldwide, which would specifically target cacao and opium plants, which caused both the governments of Chile and Ecuador to completely collapse, and with it a major savage drug war would erupt between the Eurocorp-backed dealers and the DEA across the Americas, which was on top of their current war against the troops in the Panama Canal. This plan did not go well at all, as major
right now, America tried to invade Panama, and several Latin American countries came together and started a guerrilla war against us, while America's also like fucking around in the Middle East, in Iraq in the game, Iran in real life, and government has been privatized to the point where corporations pretty much run everything. And the rich people, the deep state behind the scenes in America, is trying to fuck with the stocks because they're mad at Europe, because Europe tariffed America, because America said America first and fuck all of you. So this is like we're watching a lore video for a video game that was based off a tabletop game from the 80s. So it's a bit scary to be this accurate.
Protests started raging all across America, with people majorly against both of the wars, which ultimately turned into riots in all major US cities. Whilst America continued to fight against anyone that looked at them funny, the EEC began growing even further, funding a new space program which had a brand new prototype mass driver that was placed on the moon on New Year's 1993, which was the plan to essentially allow for the colonization of it. This space program would also help bolster the EEC.
This is part of the Space Force's job, by the way.
These military, which were quickly growing stronger than
we don't
anything
have mass
the
drivers,
US had,
but like,
which would make
we're
them even more fearful about their future. As the hacking of the EEC systems was still going ahead, the stock markets were pumped with a ton of artificial currency to make it look like the US's currency was on the grow and was getting larger than Europe.
I can see that happening, by the way. I can totally see us fucking with the market. Hacking it to pretend like we have more money than we do.
However, this was too convenient, and Europe knew this was impossible, especially with how many wars they were fighting and all of the things they had been up to. With that, the EEC launched an investigation into what was going on within the stock markets, eventually finding out that the US had indeed manipulated them, and with that information took it to the world press to show everyone how corrupt the American government was. Just before America found out about what was going on and that they had been found out, their drug wars going on within the rest of the Americas made their way into the US soil, as the Colombian drug cartels would go on to set off a small tactical nuclear device in New York City that would go on to kill 15,000 innocent civilians. To add to that, with news spreading about how the stock market had been undermined by the US's actions, the whole system essentially collapsed, causing what was known as the crash of '94, where economies were crippled heavily. As a result, almost all of the developed countries of the world hit the United States with massive instituted embargoes on all of their trade, which utterly devastated America's economy. Before the crash of '94, the US's homeless population was already on the rise, as it was recorded that over 21 million people were living within tents and shantytowns. That said,
this is where we're headed.
The wealthy were getting richer day by day, creating a major class divide throughout all of the country. However, after the crash, the US went into a
that
major...
ain't far from reality. Drug war is a thing and a major failure. That's the point, Tangent. So, is how close the lore for this fucking video game is to the reality that we're headed towards.
Depression, and 2 years later in 1996,
genuinely, the US collapses in this lore because we start a war with Latin America and start a tariff war with Europe.
The homelessness and unemployed and international corruption reports were higher than they had ever been. Many of the country's city governments declared outright bankruptcy, or they just completely collapsed for good. But one saving grace at this point in time was that their war in the Central American countries had come to an end. This was mainly so that the Gang of Four could get all of their troops back to the homeland and control the population there who had been rioting for many years. And rightly so, as 1 in 4 Americans were now homeless. As the country changed dramatically in just a few years.
And remember, they're all fucking nerds too, so I can see some of these people back in the 80s playing the tabletop version of this.
Gang of Four was still in charge of its extremely
Again, the Gang of Four is the deep
population.
state.
Many new communities started to form during this time, which included many nomad societies as well as the new booster gangs. With military officials everywhere on the streets, the citizens were able to stand up to their officials as they were going to lynch hundreds of criminal defense attorneys. On the 17th of August 1996, around the time of Richard Knight's new city plans of Coronado City in California, President of the time James Richard Allen were going to be assassinated as he went around campaigning within California. Luckily for his vice president, Harold Harrison Hunt, he would take over the role of president of the USA, and with it continued the plans of the Gang of Four. The collapse got worse within the US as the military issued a full martial law in all remaining major cities where anyone who broke curfew would be shot on sight. Houston saw the worst of this martial law as a military order given by the Gang of Four saw an artillery bombardment take place where over 2,000 citizens would be killed, naming this whole event as simply the Houston Incident.
Yeah, the martial law is coming sooner than you think.
By this point in the United States, the whole government and its surrounding influences were being taken over by people wanting to control, as well as many corporate individuals, making a lot of people believe that the American government was now just a gang of thugs, as they went on to plead to their local authorities to try and stand up and protest what they were doing to their country and their states. This was also not helped with the fact that a lot of governmental individuals and powerful forces would not show up in uniform. They would all just be wearing plain clothes, meaning anyone could be grabbed and taken out if they spoke out against their superiors. With
again, this is too similar.
All of this happening, states started having conflicts against Washington, with many of them thinking of leaving the Union, beginning with New York and Texas, as they started to stop paying all taxes to Washington as a form of economic strike. This would then lead to the states blocking trade routes and making sure no produce was going through their borders at all, meaning Washington would lose out economically from all trade deals. This was quickly broken as a special paramilitarized police unit under the command of the Gang of Four took control of all of San Francisco, which caused tons of fights on the streets between federal forces and local residents. Calling for help, the governor here got the National Guard.
Oh no, this isn't an MMORPG. This is just like a first-person RPG game. But like it's also based on a tabletop board game. It's a good game, Denditzo. Play Cyberpunk 2077.
The paramilitary force disguised as the federal government tried to capture the state capital, Sacramento. In response to all of this, California claims the Washington administration did not have authority over that state, and with that officially withdrew from the Union. By this point, the armed forces had regretted everything they had done for the Gang of Four, and now refused to fight a lot of their battles, as they would still go on to try and take over states, believing they completely owned them. Seeing all of this, as well as the attacks that California were launching on Washington, many other states started believing that they could become free states and tried to break free from federal authority, which they were able to do as the US military had refused to
Remember
fight.
though, the free states are not free because they're run by corporations. The corporations become the states.
Going forward. In the year 1997, the Mid-East meltdown took place, essentially a war where nuclear weapons were set off everywhere, flattening everything in the region, turning it into essentially glass, and with it took out half of the world's oil supply.
Yeah,
this
that sounds
event
about
caused
right.
America's prices to skyrocket once again, leading to medical supplies to be limited.
You're right, Captain Buggy.
Transportation to
Same
come
with
to
Baldur's Gate 3. It was so good that they couldn't say shit about it, despite it being the wokest shit ever. Yeah. I didn't hear, oh, you can have pronouns? I smoke and know things, know people and need goods and services. Don't contact CBU INC, we'll contact you. Based. Like, the thing is, like, all the California universities are straight up complying with ICE requests anyway. Again, like, this happens slowly. Every accusation is a confession. I'm telling you. There is now a deep state. It's just not very deep yet, but they're digging in to get deeper. That's why, like, Signal Chat, that's why we got rid of our magnetic tape backups.
To a halt, and farms and agriculture to struggle to make food going forward. Once again, this caused major panic in all of the states and cities, and with it, a gang known as the Neo-Luddites would go around bombing airports, factories, freeways, and mass transit terminals across the nation. Things didn't stop there, because the following year, a massive drought would take place within the Midwest, turning tons of grassland into dead crops, once again reducing all food supply and destroying many family farms. This was then followed by an an earthquake which hit Los Angeles with a strength of 10.5 on the Richter scale, which caused over 65,000 deaths and caused the Pacific Ocean to flood approximately 35% of the city. A year later, the whole world would be hit with a wasting plague that would completely destroy a person's internals, and no vaccine was publicly available to combat it for a while, leading to over 14 million deaths worldwide.
Just wait until the actual competent ghouls realize how easy it'll be to take over the government. I'm telling you, Elon's out, Trump's not going to live past 2 years. The deep state's going to take him out.
Till Japan finally created a suitable vaccine, saving millions of people across the world, even in America, who grabbed the vaccine despite all of the trade link problems. In terms of politics, however, the US were on their own thanks to their own actions. They had the largest homeless population probably in the world. The South American and Central American countries outright hated the American government, and now worst of all, Canada also broke free from their partnership, not wanting to have any trade deals with them anymore, and also hitting them with the same tariffs that Europe were hitting them with. The only saving grace during this whole time was that the Arasaka Corporation had started building up their offices on American soil, and because of it, Americans were starting to get jobs working for them, meaning the employment statistics were going back up for the first time in a long while. But 2000 was right around the corner, a chance to start fresh. Maybe America could be great again, but unfortunately, it was only going to get much.
Soros redo as a eternal robot will take him out and go to live on for 1,000 years. 1,000 year Soros Reich.
Much worse from this point on.
Company towns? How about company megacities? Yeah.
As Y2K came around the corner, a ton of Millennium cults started to raise their heads, which resulted in mass orgies of self-deaths, as well as a lot of violent acts on the streets, especially on January 1st, 2000. Not the best way to enjoy the turn of the millennium. 2000 really didn't seem to be going well at all, as firestorms also started raging all over the northwestern United States, which, like with the drought 2 years prior, wiped out millions of acres
all of that's
farm
happening
and
because
grassland.
the companies have no regulations and are making the world infinitely worse and destroying all of the ecology. Welcome to New York-ish, sponsored by Colgate.
And again, ruining their agricultural industry. Whilst all of this was going on, the Gang of Four was still in power, conducting things from within the shadows, and once again knew they needed to cause a distraction and try and grab some economic power. With that, they looked back towards Central America and invaded it once again in the year of 2003. This war was extremely familiar to the first, where Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela hit them back using guerrilla warfare. The US went into this with a lot of confidence as they had new military units equipped with AVs to flying fast, as well as the cyber soldiers once again. To win over the general public, the Gang of Four stated this war was to once again hit back against the big drug cartels who were pumping their drugs into the US, despite the fact that the drugs that were actually being sold in the US that were providing a lot for their economy were proudly labeled as being manufactured domestically with phrases like "Buy American." Quite clearly, this was another land grab attempt to get the Panama Canal like they did in the first war. The war was a complete and utter failure once again, as many soldiers were being sent into their deaths essentially with no land being taken.
Long live Homo sapien. We'll get them. They just won't be safe.
But somehow, this whole battle turned into a 7-year slog, with endless bloodbaths happening as the Gang of Four looked for something to change. Back at home, new elections were coming up, and it was a chance for the US people to stand up for democracy and vote a new leader in. However, this would come to a major halt as presidential appointee Henry Jacobi
Colombia, Peru, and El Salvador
would be assassinated. The assassination was said to be done by the corporation
Nicaragua and Bolivia fought in the first Central American War, so
Mantoga Inc. And because of it, this corporation was given 4 hours to completely leave the United States, and as they refused to do it, the US military went in and destroyed all of them in what was named as Operation Big Stick, as well as the Mantoga incident, which happened on the 17th of November 2005. 3 years after this incident, the United States was going back to a form of normality. The Second Central American War alerted everyone to how corrupt the Gang of Four were, and because of it, they were quickly losing losing power and trust in their people, especially as the war was costing them day in and day out. Because of this, the other government figures started to clear them out of office, introducing a ton of new reforms that were passed by the new Congress. The war still went on in the background as all of this was going on, but most importantly, the Gang of Four had been wiped out, or at least that's what many thought. In fact, a lot of the agents of the gang had merged into many of the mega corporations from around the world, showing that they will always be playing a part in international policies and business. By 2008, however, the US were able to have free elections once again, and with it, martial law was officially lifted.
What was that, 20 years of martial law?
Meaning safety for those in the major cities who wanted to go out once again. That said, it didn't take too long before more international problems happened, as the USSR accused the US of utilizing biological warfare. This angered the US as they would go on to try and hit the Soviet state in a way they had wanted to do for years during the Cold War, as they went on to assault the Soviet weapons platform known as the Mir-13. Europe didn't hold back here, however, as they would get their European Space Agency to get
How soon until the martial law comes right back?
involved, which resulted in a 6-hour orbital war between the Euros and the Yanks. As a result of it, however, Colorado Springs would ultimately be destroyed as a rock would be launched from the Tycho mass driver and would land straight on the city, causing an end to the war.
Funny enough, in Australia, they tried to throw a rock from the moon at Pine Gap, and it accidentally hit Alice Springs instead and killed everyone in Alice Springs.
But then led to even more uneasy peace to last for many years to come. More space battles happened in 2009 as US-backed terrorists tried to take over the Crystal Palace space station, but they would be caught pretty
Pine Gap
quickly.
is a it's a US military base joint with Australia. It is one of the 3 geosynchronous satellites that we have in the world. We have one in America, we have one in London, we have one in Australia. Through these, we can see the entire world. It's a satellite that stays in the exact same place as the world rotates, and we have one at each point, so at all points we can see everything. Pine Gap is how we target the Middle East, Russia, China, etc. That's our big surveillance apparatus.
By the ESA, as they would follow it up by dropping yet another orbital rock off the coast of Washington as a warning to stop any future attacks. By 2010, the Second Central American War officially came to an end. However, the government decided it only had enough funds to bring back the vital equipment and high-ranking officers, meaning all of the lower-ranking soldiers would be cut from their service, dismissed, and left out there within whatever country they were fighting within.
That sounds about
right. The way
right.
the government got around this was by stating they had turned their backs on their country and refused to fight for them, trying to get everyone at home to name them as deserters, which many of the population
We lost
actually
everything,
believed.
we had to
With
pay
that
the
news
price.
being told to the abandoned soldiers, a lot of them turned into nomads, stole a ton of military equipment, and set themselves up in their own unique society.
Did you guys know that Johnny never sets the nuke off?
Name as Metakey,
Like what we
refusing
see in
to
the
take
game
the US
isn't
government
what happened?
seriously and making sure none of their taxes went to them.
The game is still canon, but that's not what happened.
Back at home, however, more and more states were getting fed up with Washington's rule, even though the Gang of Four was now gone from the office. With it, many joined California and became free states, deciding their own fate for themselves and not worrying about having to pay taxes.
It wasn't
to the
Morgan
federal
either.
government.
It wasn't Morgan. Morgan was up on the roof fighting Adam Smasher, and yeah, that did intermingle with Johnny's memories because he's a unreliable narrator. But actually, it's the player that does that. Because it was a tabletop game. The person who plants the nuke is the player. So none of the characters, not Spider Murphy, none of them, they're not the ones that did it. But the reason that Johnny remembers it that way is because he feels ashamed of being a failure of a revolutionary. He would rather be remembered as a terrorist than someone who, like a rocker boy who failed and did nothing, succeeded in nothing.
The whole atmosphere of the United States had completely shifted. States were all on their own, but considering what happened during the collapse, this seemed like a much better option for them, especially in the long run. As the US entered the 2020s, the whole world would be plunged into the fourth corporate war, and for the people of America, they would be hit harder than anyone had ever been hit before.
The
collapse
2020s
absolutely devastated their homes and everything around them, with many deaths as well. But this period in time killed over 100 million Americans in just 15 years, and most of these deaths were caused by a lack of communication between the states. If they had talked to each
I
other,
thought it was specified his memories could have been altered probably by himself via coping. Alt mentioned something about it, and that's what I mean. He didn't want to think of himself the way that he was, so he altered the memories to say that he set the nuke off because he was ashamed that he failed as a revolutionary and did nothing. Like, much of the conversations that you have as Johnny, like all of that is from his skewed perspective. Remember, like, the conversation that he has with Alt before he goes on the mission, and Alt says, you're not like a revolutionary, you're just a rocker boy. It's more likely that it was the opposite than that. He feels shame that he didn't manage to do anything, so he wants to remember himself as a terrorist instead. He's also, like, high-functioning cyber psycho, so...
and shared their hoarded resources and munitions, millions of deaths could have been prevented. As the war got even more heated, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Night City were seeing massive battles rage through the streets, making it look like the cities were permanently
Media analysis,
on fire,
I live
and the sound
for it.
of automatic weapons would ring out all day and night, as they all needed some form of assistance, even if that were by the federal government. They had
Johnny died before the nuke went off. He sacrificed himself. He made the decision that he wasn't going to leave Alt or anybody ever again. His team was pinned down. Spider Murphy is the one that actually soul killed him because he got up, challenged Adam Smasher before he went up onto the roof. Adam Smasher cut him in half, then fucked off. Spider Murphy then soul killed him. You can read the Cyberpunk Red
Luckily
books,
for
it's really
them,
good.
National and State Guard units were put on high alert all across the nation, with even low Earth orbit patrols being a daily occurrence to make sure their territory was protected from these corporations. By 2022, the end of the war was coming, as the governments of South California and the Republic of Texas had had enough, and went on to nationalize both the Arasaka and Militech facilities within their border. This led Europe to follow suit, as they would also nationalize all of the corporation's facilities.
It takes like 50 years to get over the corporatization of everything.
Over, apart from within Night City, where the fighting continued on with no real end in sight. This would of course lead to the Night City Holocaust, where a secret Militech team would invade the Arasaka Tower and set off tactical nukes that wiped out the tower and turned the whole of the city center into rubble, killing 12,000
No, she
workers
didn't betray
in the process.
Johnny. Johnny was dead. So she soul killed him to save him. Because, like, his brainwaves were still active. He had just died. And she had already taken the soul killer stuff. She had Alt in a briefcase. And before, like, everything happened, she soul killed Johnny and sent her and Alt out into the net. Johnny got stuck.
And many in the surrounding area. This whole attack was ultimately planned by the US president.
Oh, sorry, no. She sent Alt out into the net. Johnny was on a chip that got stuck in Arasaka Tower and was found.
Time Elizabeth Kress, who was once a Militech president.
Soul Killer was made by Alt to save Netrunners. She made Soul Killer because you can, like, the program that she wrote was you can transfer an engram out of a body into cyberspace, copy it, and put it back in a body. So what the intent originally was so that when a Netrunner goes out into the net, it's an engram copy, so that if the Netrunner dies, the engram copy can just go back into the body and the person will still live. Now you can question whether or not that's like the same person, and that is a big theme in like cyberpunk dystopia, but it was created as a way to save people, not to kill people.
As a success, or at least over, she would go on a massive PR campaign to make it clear that the ones to blame for the Night City Holocaust was Arasaka, who were using a nuclear device in the tower as a failsafe to protect their assets.
Whereas it was
when they
actually
realized
America.
they couldn't defeat the vastly superior Militech force.
Probably because, I don't know, shit's bad. That just makes me dislike Soul Killer even more. Well, I mean, yeah, because it wasn't originally supposed to be that. Arasaka turned it into that. It's like a system restore point, exactly.
Set it off, triggering disaster
Now you can
all over
still,
Night
you
City
can question
and
whether that's still
devastating
the same
North
person.
America as well. With the fourth corporate hot war now over, Militech became fully nationalized and brought into the US National Forces to help bolster them for if any
while nationalized, the former heads and executives of these companies become government officials. It's still the same thing. The megacorps are the government. There's just now an extra facade. And there is some like middle ground there, but it's not very much. It's definitely not the same person. Different experiences, unique to the perspective, makes you a different person. Well, like, it's an engram of you, of before you got in, like, you sit in your chair, you're about to jump into the net. You create an engram copy so that if you die in the net, the engram copy can be re-put into your head. I can agree that that's not the same person. I do agree with you on that. However, that's not a bad idea. Like, if we're having cyberpunk net runners going out into the net and they're likely to die, and if I was one of them, I would like to have a soul killer system restore point so that if I die in the net, I can get rebooted. Now, I won't remember what happened in the net. That's one thing. But, like, that's a whole other question. And whether or not it's the same person is a spiritual debate. The corporation still controls everything. You have to cut off the head from the snake. True. Capital, guys, capital.
But with it all wrapped up, the United States had officially run its course.
Argument
it was not
that
labeled as a superpower anymore, and now it was just run under the dictatorship of President Kress.
It was never meant to be a prison. It was just meant to be like, you have a USB. Think about a USB, Captain Buggy. It was meant to be that you have like a USB in your head, you put it in, it makes a copy, and you keep it in there so that when you're diving into cyberspace, if you die, it just boop, reboots it. And you're right at the point where you were before you dived into the net. Like, it was never meant to be the prison. It was turned into the prison. I'm gonna hit the sack, y'all. Try and take care of yourselves till next time. Have a good night, erratic cookie. Thank you for tuning in. We're almost done anyway. This video is like 5 minutes left.
Of emergency was issued during the height of the Fourth Corporate War. Because of this war, local elections were not allowed just simply because it would have been far too difficult to organize, and now was not a good time, especially with gunfire happening on a regular basis and bombs going off every 5 seconds. On top of that, because of all the free states claiming independence, the top dogs in Washington agreed there shouldn't be any more elections until the country was united once again. Seeing that this was the state of the country, it would rename itself simply the new United States of America and would run things very differently now. The military...
That doesn't matter. Can you guys see the similarities in where we are today and what we just watched in this video? Like, of course, this is fiction. It's not real. But there are quite a lot of striking similarities. Conflict with Central and South America over drug cartels, conflict with Europe over tariffs, conflict with Canada over tariffs, economic, like, fucking around. Sometimes reality is worse than fiction. A lot of the times reality mirrors fiction. For example, the writer of The Boys has said he doesn't model The Boys after reality. It just seems to be that reality keeps modeling itself after The Boys. It's the same idea. And I think you had a pretty good point earlier, Long Like Homo Sapien, that because a fascist cannot create anything, they don't have the artistic ability, and a lot of these people are nerds, and this was a tabletop game in the 80s, some of them probably played it. A lot of them probably just kind of subconsciously took in parts of the art that they saw and enjoyed the absolute worst parts of them. Fiction is a way to deal with reality. Well, I mean, this definitely made me feel better, because, like, before we started watching that, I was not in a good mood. Anyway, that'll be it for today. Thank you all for tuning in again, as always, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow to talk about Europe, unless some insane shit happens. They think they could do it better? Almost certainly. Thank you for the bits, Long Like Homo Sapien. See you, chooms.